Before we get started today, do we have anybody that wants to sign up that at the end to speak to any of the issues? Somebody not from a state agency or somebody that wants to make comments about the budget, or we usually have a sign-up sheet, but I don't see anybody. So, well, there doesn't appear to be anybody here yet. I guess I ought to punch my mic, but apparently y'all are a lot more responsive to the hour change than my committee members are. But fortunately, we don't have to vote on anything, so there's no quorum, and I don't have to wait for them. So once we get, is it all done?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Our emails are I feel like I'm at home when she reaches over and does everything for me. It's but I'm going to call this meeting of the Public Safety Appropriations Subcommittee to order, and I would like to ask Chairman Workhauser to give us a brief blessing.
Okay, let's pray. Father, we just thank you for this opportunity to get together. We pray that you give us wisdom as we deliberate on how to spend the people's money in the state of Georgia, and that would be beneficial to as many people possible in the best way. We just ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
And first, we're going to call on Department of Corrections, and those of you who've been through these hearings before know he has a lot to say, and we've heard from him. I guess I've been in 10 meetings and heard the same thing. I think I could probably give the briefing, but he's gonna hit the high points today. But I will say I just was notified a little while ago that Director Lamb has been involved in a traffic accident, and his vehicle is totaled, and he's got to find some other means. He's not hurt, but somebody pulled out while he was going down the road and T-boned him, and so he's about third up. But what we're going to do is skip by him, and when he gets here at the end of whoever is presenting, we'll slip him in. So, but we're going to begin with Commissioner Oliver and Department of Corrections.
Hit the table mark.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all. I'll promise you that I will be brief as you requested, so we'll just jump right on into it. And on your tracking sheet, 19.3.2 food service at the 4 modular units, you see that 182,000. That's pretty self-explanatory. Providing food service costs for the additional offenders housed at the 4 modular units that we have. Next, healthcare. I'm gonna spend a little bit of time on this one on your tracking sheet. 19.4.2 and down to 4.3, 4.4, 4.5. The governor's recommendation is based on an increased per diem rate to cover the cost services by Centurion, which also includes the opening of additional beds, which is critical for us. An additional beds at Autry, was not included in the contract. We will only increase to cover 500 offenders and a 17 skilled nursing unit, and will require future funding in the future. Once the facility is fully populated after the renovations. The addition of McCray Women's Facility, which includes a 24/7 14-bed infirmary, and the reduction of services at Lee Arundel due to the population moving to McCray. One other addition, Johnson State Prison, the medically intensive infirmary that will have 20 beds, and the expansion of the long-term acute care at Augusta Medical State Prison of 20 beds, 28 additional infirmary beds. This recommendation also includes a $15 million in risk share expenses for outside the wire care, and you'll see a yes item there that also will, in the governor's recommendations, which we definitely support, to use past fiscal year funds to cover any outside risk share expenses that are occurring. Oh, sorry, let me go back. And the mental and dental health contracts, you can see there at $374,000 and for dental, and $479,000 for mental health. This is to cover some critical needed positions for mental health counselors, psychiatrists, and dentists, to cover the cost for those increases, and if successful, it'll be require future funding as well if they're successful in hiring and retaining those staff. I know they're going to present here shortly, so they can expand upon that a little bit more. Next, you have your jail subsidy at 19.5.2 at $6.2 million. As you know, we have to pay subsidy from to the county jails 15 days after the sentence at $30 per day per offender. Due to the winter storms last year and Hurricane Helene, we kind of got in a little bit of a backlog on that, and then also we have beds offline due to renovation projects and dry docking of our facilities that you all have funded in the past. So currently we're asking in the recommendation for the amended budget at $6.2 million to pay out the jail subsidy, and we expect to have that all paid out to the jails before the end of the year. Inmate assignment decision support systems, 19.5.3, $125,000. That's just a funding increase for annual licensing to support our inmate assignment system. Private prisons, this is correct. It's 19.6.1 to correct the tier rate funding from House Bill 68 from last year at $1 million. It aligns the funding to correct the contractual tier rate to fully fund and maximize the use of beds at Jenkins and Riverbend. 19.7.2, additional CO positions at 4.9 million. This is to improve our staffing ratios to 1 to 11. Currently, when we started this project, we were at 1 to 16. We're currently at 1 to 14, so we're improving our staffing ratios as we speak, and we're consecutively netting correctional officer employees. So this is just our CO 1, 2s, and 3s, our entry level, and we've consistently netted successfully our employee rate. The question was asked yesterday about our annual turnover rate, and I was going to just run through this really quickly. Fiscal year 23, we were at 39.9, almost 40%. Fiscal year 24, we're at 30%. Fiscal year 25, 29, 28, and we're projected in fiscal year 26 to be at 25%. So our turnover rate is going down as we speak, and then also our vacancy rates. We're at fiscal year 23, we're at 41%. Fiscal year 24, 39. Fiscal year 25, 37, and we're projected to be at 35%, and that's department-wide. That's all employees, by the way. $17.7.3 startup costs for K-9 handlers, 6 additional positions at $964,000. Currently have 26 K-9 officers who responded to over 4,000 calls last year, so this is critical to prevent any burnout and to keep up with the demand and making sure that we keep our facilities and staff and offenders safe. It also includes equipment for vehicles, computers, uniforms, and drones of that nature we spoke about yesterday. 19.7.6 startup costs for security threat group coordinators, asking for 3 at $137,000. Currently have 1 what we call STG coordinators, and this will help improve communication throughout the state by adding those additional 3 regional coordinators to that position. As I stated yesterday, STG makes up 1/3 of our population, and so it's critical to keep that information flowing as we keep these gangs under control statewide. 19.7.4, peer-led programming pilot at Autry, $150,000. This is a pilot and recommendation by the Moss Group to have a pilot program and in 2 dorms for a blended learning program proposed by the Moss Group, which has been successful in other states. It includes video segments, facilitated discussions, small group activities, and personal reflection time. Again, I've seen this in person, in action, live in action, and it proves to be fruitful in Texas, and definitely think that our offenders and population can benefit from it. But we want to pilot it first at Autry to see how it goes before we expand upon it. 19.7.5, high school accreditation program at $93,000. Currently, our provider is slowly phasing away from that, so we want to accredit our school system to continue to provide high school diplomas for those 17 to 21 that are currently incarcerated with Georgia Department of Corrections. We've identified about 965 offenders that can go into that program today, but we expect to issue, or projected to issue, about 1,500 diplomas once that program gets up and running in future years. 19.7.9, an additional programming at Metro Reentry Facility at $93,000, and this provides funding to expand the existing program with additional data-driven curriculums at that facility, and definitely support that for the men over there. 19.7.7, our managed access and drone systems at 13.3. You all have and with the governor's help and recommendations, have funded managed access and drone systems in the past. This will allow for 8 additional systems to be funded for a total of 27 managed access and drone detection systems, which is critical in fighting our contraband. As you heard me state yesterday, contraband continues to plague our system, and definitely support this recommendation to continue the fight in our contraband efforts. 19.7.8, public safety supplies and equipment at $2.4 million. This is to replace vests, outdated vests, and update our vests for our correctional officers, and some also outdated weapons that we have in our system at 2.4. 19.7.10, operation costs at five modular units at $880,000. This provides 6 months of operational costs projected for FY20 amended 26, including food service costs with Airmark at 1 facility. And then also operates 19.7.11 operation costs at Lee Arundel State Prison. In past fiscal year 24, it was insufficient to cover the current population that were there with 200 TC residents and the fire team that's there. That funding was cut, so we're requesting and supporting. Hopefully, you all support that recommendation at $1.5 million to keep those TC residents there and the fire team at Lee Arundel operational. 19.7.12 lease costs at the Arnold Training Building at $14,000. That's our BCOT training location, remote training location. And then also 19.8.2, the lease costs for the TCs at LaGrange and Clayton, and that's at $47,000. Statewide adjustments at $15 million. It's a $2,000 supplement that the governor recommended for state employees, and you can see that spread out against all programs, throughout all programs within a department. And then an overview for the amended 26 program is 87.1 million, and you see it spread out over those programs there as well.
Do we have any questions? Chairman Powell.
Thank you. On the $2,000 bonus that everybody gets, is that every employee of corrections?
From my understanding, yes.
Every employee?
Correct.
I know that the last one,
A couple of years ago, or last year, whenever it was, that the governor did, I had some complaints from some of the staffers, that some staffers, most all the staffers got them, some of them didn't get them, like the clerical workers and such.
Part-time employees, it's for full-time employees, I think last year, and I believe it's the same for this $2,000 supplement. Hired by July 1.
Yeah, I remember these that reached out to me. They were full-time. They were
Okay.
basically clerical help. And, but they said they got overstepped on it and left a little bit of a sour taste, but nothing insurmountable. Further question, if you don't mind. On the security, the drones, it seemed to be between drones and cell phones.
Yes, sir.
You know, we've talked about this and we've hashed about it years about the federal regulations, that they won't let us put jammers in and stuff like that. Is that still the case?
We're getting some close on that. So first I'll touch on the cell phones. Currently, right now, FCC has issued an order or a rule to implement cell phone jamming. It has to go to a public comment hearing. That's what they're in right now. So hopefully we'll have a decision on that within the first quarter of this year with the FCC. The NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, has also included drone mitigation in that authorization, and so we're just waiting on guidance from the federal government on how we can successfully mitigate drones. And talking with them previously, I know it's going to require some training and then some reporting requirements on how to mitigate drones, and then also they're going to suggest what type of technology to use. But we haven't taken a deep dive into that just yet. But we have made some headway with cell phones and drones with FCC, and then also with FFA for that.
The reason I asked that question, several of us had thought about writing a very stern letter to the current administration.
Yes.
With a change of stroke to see they talk about being so good about wanting to do some things, and you know, these are issues that we've talked about. Those on this committee that's been active in this for years, you know, we've talked to y'all, and you know, of course, my answer was, we got no good old boys that can wield a shotgun or an automatic weapon to shoot these things down, and you know, it becomes a security part. And the federal government, they don't have anything to do, but what's good for them ought to be good for us. They control them in the federal prisons, and they should let us. So, you know, what we'd like to do is, if y'all can give us some certain verbiage where we can send a letter to our congressman, and I don't know if it'd do any good with our U.S. senators, but at least with some of the congressmen, that we could get their attention to this.
Yeah, I think what you'll find, you know, really, quite frankly, not bragging, but I think Georgia's leading the nation on that advocacy group. Myself, along with a couple of my other counterparts from across the country, Florida and Texas, have been up to D.C. numerous times. Actually met with the President's task force and presented some of our cases and made the pitch for drone mitigation and cell phone mitigation to the President's task force specifically for that, and actually met in the Situation Room at the White House personally to brief them on that, and they listened. So I think there was some headway made. I'm not sure if a letter is necessary right now. I definitely will keep you abreast of that. I know FCC's made some headway, so once we get through the public comment hearing, we'll figure out what the ruling is going to be on that rule. And again, the mitigation efforts are in the National Defense Authorization Act to allow states to mitigate drones. So our efforts on Capitol Hill up in D.C. has been very successful in that. 'Cause a couple of years ago, they had a lot of other stuff going on. It was falling on deaf ears, but now I think they heard us, and we're making some headway. So we have direct contacts with them.
Further question, if I don't mind, talk about something it's kind of difficult to talk about because I'm pretty big about the security of the manpower, and I understand more than probably most, having been here so long, of what the men and women that work for corrections, the jobs, especially officers, what they have to do. Y'all recently lost an officer. Didn't y'all recently lose an officer?
That was last year, 2 years ago.
It wasn't recently then.
No, sir.
But you lost some inmates. There was three
Yes.
of them.
Yes.
Somehow I thought there'd been an officer involved. Y'all had lost an officer in
No, sir.
that. Is this all the gang violence that we continue to see in the prisons? Is that what's leading to those?
Yeah, so that's what
deaths
led to the violence that you spoke about with the 3 inmate deaths that we had. And actually it was a 4th one, but we're not too sure that was related to the incident. But that was definitely gang related, gang involved. So that's why it's also critical to help support those STG coordinators positions so we can better have that communication across the state. But definitely gangs are an issue within the state, and not only in Georgia but across the country, but then outside the prison walls as well. And so that's what we're facing. But that was definitely the driver behind that incident. Yes, sir.
Do y'all have any ideas or anything that the legislative body can do to give y'all more tools as far as dealing with the gang violence? I'm getting an uptick in conversations with family members that are just absolutely nutted out about the safety of their folks. We had a conversation in my office this week. I had an inmate in one of the facilities just called me 3 times. The inmate called me on my cell phone. Of course, everybody in the world's got my cell phone, but and I thought it was interesting. Every time he called, I said, "Now you're calling me from a cell phone?" Because he was snapshotting the food that he was complaining about and everything else. And I asked him a question I said, "Are you doing this on a cell phone?" "Yes, sir." I said, "You do know, I think it's a violation of the law for you to have a cell phone." He said, "Well, got to get you the information somehow." Of course, what I looked at, the food that he was taking pictures of at the facility, quite frankly, it looked like some of the stuff they feed us over here in the legislature, So that really didn't impress me too terribly much about that. But, I just continue to worry about the mission and this gang violence. But do y'all have anything and any ideas that y'all have that we could be of more of a help to y'all?
Yeah, I think, continue to support the budget. As you know, we're starting to, build a new prison. That's definitely going to help. And as we start to bring new facilities online in the future, we're going to build them in such a way that it can handle the type of population that we have today. What we're dealing with right now is our aging infrastructure. Our prisons that we have currently in our fleet are not designed to house the type of offender that we have today. Again, we always talk about the 75% violent convictions of offenders that we have statewide. Over half of our population is serving 20 years life without parole. So we got to have that infrastructure to be able to house those type of offenders, and also programming to be able to help rehabilitate and keep them active. Currently, we have our tablet vendors out, RFP out for tablets. That should help. some of the idle time that they have, but then also, and then provide programming on those tablets to help keep people out of gangs and out of gang activity. You know, it's one thing to be in the gang, but it's another thing to participate in gang activity while you're inside. So hopefully we can kind of help that with the support of with tablets and the support of future funding for additional facilities if it's recommended.
What about work programs? You know, at the facility we have, and it's almost funny to me, but you know, when Whitworth changed its mission from male to female, we had a lot of the local governments that were using inmate crews, and went through that period during the COVID and all of that, and it was almost funny to me that, you know, they were all nutted up about changing from male to female, and then after the female crews came on, then all of a sudden every one of the counties and the cities and everybody that was using those crews, they held up their hands and they said, oh, we think the female inmates work better. They work harder and do more jobs. But then we went through the COVID, and we had a shortage on security to take them out. How's that working out? Do y'all have a lot of the inmate crews that are getting out again, or y'all still having manpower shortage for that?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. During COVID, we released a lot of offenders within the system, a lot of low-level offenders that were eligible to be released. What we have today are offenders are finding it more difficult to find those type of offenders to go outside the wire to be able to perform those duties, the work crew duties, and those that we have to vet very, very closely. So again, with over half the population serving 20 years life without parole, 75% violent, we find that more difficult to find those type of offenders to actually be eligible for work crew programs. Coupled with sometimes manpower issues in some locations when it comes to staffing to be able to supervise those, but mainly it's just having the inmate crews to actually go out to perform those duties. That population is dwindling.
So y'all's criteria about the offenses and the time to be served.
Correct.
So that's part of what y'all don't believe, that they need to be out under supervision working.
Correct.
Have y'all considered re-looking at that to see what it would take to get some of these folks out there? I'm of the mind I never have understood why an inmate would run. Where are they going to go to?
You'd be surprised.
And no, I'm not surprised at anything with the clientele that y'all deal with. But I remember Lester Maddox made a comment when he was asked back in the '60s about the correctional system, about the problems. He said we need a better class of inmates. Mm-hmm. And if anything, that's getting worse and worse.
It is.
I don't know where they could go, but I've always been a big supporter of work programs. Put them to work, and that kind of keeps their minds busy, as long as they're not making shanks, you know.
Correct. And we work on that every day. You know, our classification system and our offender administration, along with facilities, they have weekly meetings and look over our population and see who's eligible. That's determined through our offender administration as well. So every day we look at the population and see who's eligible to go to a county camp or work camp, things of that nature, because if we can free up a state bed to put somebody out on the county camp to work, it frees up space within the state prisons to be able to bring in more inmates to kind of alleviate the backlog and get people in. So
yeah, I'm a big supporter of the work camps.
Yes, sir.
We had one up in Hart County years ago, and we had long-termers. They were actually the best workers because they didn't have anywhere to go, and they worked roads and stuff like that. That's a bygone era. But I want to thank y'all, and I want to thank your folks, and I think you're a good attaboy every now and then to certain personnel. But I've been very pointed over the years that corrections is just a vital part of public safety as any other area. Yeah. Because you can have the men in blue, you can have the GBI, you can have everybody in the world. But once somebody has gone through a process, and if they've been adjudged guilty of a crime, corrections is the place, the depository. And their men and women are just as important in the public safety arena as any. And just want to shout out to them.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thanks.
that.
I'm glad he's being brief today. I'd like to comment on one of those things, you know, the work details, and we've tried for a couple of years now to up the per diem rate, because in my home county, they were about to shut it down. And I've got another friend over in the legislature who represents the Moultrie area, and he's the county manager there, and they were going to shut it down because they just couldn't afford to continue $24 a day. It's, you know, they get 1099 folks and have them come in and work and send them home and not have any responsibility for feeding and keeping them. But I saw something the other day that provoked a response from me, and that was for every dollar you have about 300 educational programs now in the prison system, which is all volunteer. I mean, those who want to receive some type of education, whether it be a GED, a vocational training, or something like that. For every dollar we spend on education in the prison system, we reap $5 in return for recidivism in the first 3 years. And that's pretty dynamic to me, that education works. And we all know one of the real problems is when they get out, if they get a job and settle down and they move into somewhat of a normal life. And rehabilitation is supposed to be the key to all of this. And the other thing is the gangs. The gangs are so prevalent. I don't know how you do anything with that. I mean, there's so many different types of gangs, and they all seem to dislike each other, and I don't know how you segregate them in any fashion because there's just so many now, and that leads to, you know, something I talked about yesterday with some folks that are interested in the prison system is what are we doing for the next 5 years, 4 or 5 years? What do we, you know, I mean, all the beds are full now. We predict that there are going to be 5,000 or 6,000 more inmates in the next 5 years, and we don't have any place to put them. I've watched what they've done in California some, and the system's overcrowded, and the federal judge said you got to turn some loose. So they're in the same shape we are with just violent criminals in the prison system, so they turn violent prisoners out on the street because they don't have the means to take care of them.
Yeah, I think what we have right now, we have about 3,000 beds vacant. So we're not at our capacity, but yeah, with our 5-year projection, we're slated to hit about 55,000 inmates, and our bed capacity sitting around 54,000. And then our 10-year projection, and we don't like to go out 10 years because you just can't project that long out, but we did it for our 10-year plan that we're doing in partnership with Guidehouse and Moss Group. That was looking at about 65,000. And so again, you know, I think, you know, when you look at that and trying to, you know, come up with budgets, looking at what the future bed space looks like and or reform acts or whatever the case may be, I just want to make sure that you all got that information about that bed capacity as well in 5 years and 10 years, because yeah, you're right. In 5 years, we're going to hit that mark. But currently, we have about 3,000 beds vacant statewide.
And of course, if I understand it correctly, what happened, there was a rumor all over the state that the murders the other day were because that you had cut off the mobile phones and
No.
the prison rioted. You know, and
That's fake news.
well, everybody runs wild. I mean, if you see it on Facebook, it's all over the country in 5 minutes. But
Yeah. And that's the problem with social media. It kind of spreads, and a lot of things with social media too incites a lot of stuff inside the system. But the fact that we haven't heard that throughout the investigation, we know that it was gang related, gang motivated. We do know that had nothing to do with cell
didn't it have a
phones.
little bit to do with Jimmy and the Locks again?
No, it had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with lock and controls. That incident did not. No.
Chairman Werkheiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for everything you're doing. I want to start where they left off, gangs, because I also heard from a gang member this week. What is the theory? Because you could argue both ways. Are we putting gangs together because they're communicating anyway, or are we trying to separate them?
Kind of have a balance. You balance them out. Some certain gangs have, like the blood gangs, they have the numbers inside the prison system. Actually, quite frankly, inside Georgia, I'm not a gang expert, so I don't want to speak a lot on them. But we don't segregate by gangs. We make sure that we have a even balance throughout the system, and it's kind of hard. We have, I mean, the gang members that we have in our system, you can't put them all in one prison, all in one dorm. It's just too many of them.
It's too big.
So you have to make sure that you just have a good balance and mixture, not only inside on one prison location, but also in the dorms as well.
Okay. Because suggestion to me from an insider was they're communicating anyway. So if you put them together, it would stop a lot of the inmate violence. And again, that's their opinion. And we'll talk offline about which gang, because they were of the opinion that most of the other gangs left, it stopped the retaliation because they know there's going to be retaliation if they're almost grouped by gangs. And again, the one that's the biggest one I know causes logistical problems, that when they're separated, there seems to be less violence in those prisons where they're not intermixed. So just food for thought. Speaking of food, last year, Senate in their infinite wisdom took out the money we put in for the farm operation. What does this budget look like compared? Are we going to try to make some of that back?
Yeah, and in the capital money, there's 2.5 million or 2.9 million, excuse me, in food and farm equipment, and that's to update the meat processing plant in our capital projects on food and farm. So, and also to buy a tractor trailer to transport, a refrigeration truck to transport them to around the state.
Okay, because the same problem that Karen Powell talked about. We have less and less, with 75% of our inmates being violent, we have less and less people that can go out, which probably means we have less and less people who can work internally. Do you have enough people to fully operate the 2,600 acre farm in Lyons and Reedsville, and are you short there as well?
Currently we're good.
You're good there.
Yes.
If you had the money to grow as much food as you could grow, because that's where we save probably the biggest savings we can do is in our food program. Okay, back to correctional officers. Last year you gave us some specific numbers on the increase, and then this year you showed a chart which was pretty impressive. Could you give us some numbers like year over year? Because I know we're way better than we were sitting here a year ago. Can you tell us?
Yeah, let me
How
go
well
back
we're
also
doing.
just to touch on the food and farm, and I'll touch on the officer, the positions. When I say we're good as far as the inmates on working there, but we still need upgrades on some of the equipment.
Gotcha.
And that's what the 2.9 is gonna come in to help with some of the equipment, because some of the equipment is just outdated. So if we can show efficiencies in that, then we'd be able to help out the other, start making some money to help out the other operations and update that equipment. As far as our CO rates, our CO vacancy rates, one of the things, not only with salary, but the culture has changed. And so we're making headway. I think we were at 21 or 22 months consecutively netting correctional officers, which is good. I think what I mentioned yesterday, I think we were losing 50 plus negative per month, and so now we're net gaining per month. We're not out of the hole. We're nowhere close where we need to be, but we're definitely climbing out of the hole of where we were.
Okay, and you've got enough advertising money. I mean, we just need to keep doing what we're doing, and you mentioned yesterday the starting pay was 48 when I came to the legislature, which wasn't that long ago. The starting pay was 27.
Correct.
So, but that people come to work to make money. Chairman Powell also said where the inmate's going to go. We've all been in work sites where they've got a giant sign that says, "Congratulations, we've worked 268 days without an accident." Maybe we need to put a sign up that says the number of inmates who have successfully escaped, and for the edification of the room, that number is 0. That's pretty impressive. So they might need a reminder of they would be the first. So it probably wouldn't help some of them. Last thing, and then I'll let some of these others. Yeah. On the tasers, is that the same thing when you were saying vest?
Yeah, so
The
no,
camera,
that's different. The taser implementation is already in progress.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean taser, the body cams.
The body cameras, that's also in progress as well. This funding that we mentioned in this budget is recommended for our stab vests, our multi-vests, our stab vests and bulletproof vests for our officers, and then also to update some outdated weapons, handguns, long guns of that nature.
Okay. What percent of our COs have body cams?
They will all have body cams once we fully roll them out.
Okay.
That'd be by May.
What's that?
It'll be by May.
By
Okay,
May.
mid-May?
This year.
Okay. And does every CO have a tablet right now for electronic counts?
Not every, Coastal's the only one. We're just waiting on connectivity from AT&T.
Okay. Last question. When we were at Jackson and saw the managed access, which pretty impressive, you mentioned we needed more certified. Was that yesterday the position? You said we only had one person doing the entire managed access as far as trying to read them and.
Yeah, we have more than one. That was the SCG SAR, the SCG coordinators. We only have one.
Okay.
But the 5 analysts, I think that's in the big budget. That's for the 5 analysts to help. Yes, to that point, to manage the data and the information coming in from the managed access, the drone systems, and other intelligence sources that we use.
Okay, so that'll help with that.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, and again, thank you for the work that y'all are doing.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair.
Thank you for being here again, Commissioner. I appreciate you and your staff, and then, of course, I'm going to go down the same road. I was going to piggyback off of Chairman Powell just a little bit. You mentioned something about federal regulations as far as phones and drones. What is different with the federal prisons versus a state prison as far as being able to combat the phones and the drones?
You know, I think if I speak candidly, I think you know, they're facing the same issues we had. They did a pilot on cell phone jamming technology. I'm not sure what that's actually came out of. I had a call last week from the Federal Bureau of Prisons actually wanting to reach out, asking us. Again, I think thanks to this, you know, body and then also the governor putting it in his recommendations, the Federal Bureau of Prisons reached out to Georgia and trying to figure out what we're doing with cell phone mitigation and drone mitigation, or drone detection, I should say, because that we're leading the nation in that. And that technology effort. So I just wanted to thank you all again for supporting those recommendations, because now they're reaching out to us. So just because they're doing it at the federal level in that pilot, I'm not sure if that pilot was successful or not. I don't have the information to kind of to accurately speak on that, but I do know that they've reached out to us to try to figure out what technology and things that we're using for cell phone and drone detection.
So the detection is one thing. I get that.
Correct.
I want to destroy it. Because, you know, the last meeting we had in December, we talked about drones literally landing on top of the prison and prisoners going up through the building and getting the contraband on top of the building.
Yes.
And then there were even statements made that the drones were hovering next to the windows and they were reaching out and getting the contraband. That is very disturbing to me. So the federal people, do they have that issue?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
they have the same
That
issue.
issue, you know, we started ringing the alarm here in Georgia first. People think, a lot of my counterparts around the country said they didn't have a drone issue. I can tell you unequivocally now they all have a drone issue. So it's not just isolated to Georgia. Every state prison probably in the country, including the Federal Bureau of Prisons, have issues with drones. And so I think what you're seeing now, again, with the Authorization Act, the National Defense Authorization Act, for us to be able to mitigate that, there's still some training requirements that we have to go through, and the technology exists to mitigate it. And keep in mind, you know, a lot of people say, you know, let's shoot them out of the air. Some of these drones are flying so high that you can't even see them or hear them, and still dropping contraband. Sometimes they come in low to drop it and then go back up, but they're moving quite fast, and they're not these small drones. I mean, these are large, what we call unmanned aircraft.
I've seen some at the Telfair State Prison when they comprehended these, and then the people that they do, and that's very disturbing to me. that's happening at a prison. And then we have the issues with the locks. And then Chairman Powell also mentioned that someone called him from within inside the prison with a cell phone to tell him about poor food quality. I had an incident where an inmate called an inmate's father that he was having a seizure. Could he call 911? And I'm going, how does that happen? This is a prison. They're not supposed to have phone. They're not supposed to have access to Facebook. They shouldn't know what's going on. It's a lucrative business for these folks in that
It
prison.
is.
You know it, and I know it.
Yes, sir.
But we talk about all the things that we want to do, and it's just my old ignorant opinion, is if you stop the phones and you stop the drones, you've cut off their link to the outside.
Yes. And I think
And then you can do something about the other stuff that Bill mentioned, or Chairman mentioned, Workhauser, about being able to separate or do this or that. But I can't imagine that we're not pushing harder. I liked what Chairman Powell said also about, let's just go to the top because water runs down here in Washington. I'm just so afraid that if we're this lax in some places, that some innocent people are going to get hurt. I think that's what drives me the most.
yes, sir.
Is that, and I know y'all are limited, and I think I've made the comment, just get them down and we'll apologize later. But I understand that. But when you told me and y'all told us about how they're landing on top and they're going up through, I mean, I know, I've seen movies and I know prisoners and that sort of stuff, but it all comes back to the phone and the drone.
Yes, sir.
In my opinion, I'm not going to beat that dead horse, but I'm going to keep pushing because we need to get that stopped because somebody's going to get hurt.
And I think, supporting this and having bring those additional 8 managed access and drone detection systems online to the 27 prisons that we have will definitely cut down on some of that. What we're finding too is once we start implementing technology, we starting to have more drone drops or throwovers or things of that nature, trying to get phones in to see which works. But keep in mind, we recovered over about 13,000 cell phones last year alone, and that number continues to rise. And so, as quick as we get them in, we can get them out. Analysts will be definitely important to kind of help with some of the data that's coming in from that, and try to help mitigate a lot of these drone drops. When we did Operation Skyhawk, that proved to be successful, but it was also expensive to run an operation like that 24/7 for over a year straight. But we were able to mitigate a lot of things coming inside the prison, to include a couple of homicides that were about to take place outside the prison system. So proactively, we're doing a lot of things proactively to mitigate that, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Well, I want to thank you too, Chairman Workhouse. He mentioned the part about the food service, the farming, the dairy, and all that. So that's in pretty good shape. The dairy, did we get upgraded on the equipment for the dairy farm? Because y'all told me, and I'm throwing you, I'm liking this. Y'all said that was one of the most effective programs that the correction system has. And that impresses me. So when you got something working that well, we need to make sure they have what they need to work with, because that is a good thing. That's good for all of us. That's
Yes.
good for everything. So, I mean, are we good on the dairy end? Are we good on
The dairy is in process. It'll be done in August. But yeah, once that gets completed, it'll definitely have some efficiencies there.
Well, that's good. We keep us up, because I like when we do things and they help us in a good way.
Yes, sir.
It's good for everybody, taxpayers and all. So
Yes, sir.
it's good. Thank you very much for what you do.
Appreciate it.
And essentially, you feed the whole prison population with that farm across the state, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Essentially,
I mean,
yes.
that's got to be a tremendous savings in today's time, because you got free labor.
Yeah.
Well, sitting somewhat free. Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
I have just a series of questions. So I wanted to start with the correctional officers. In December's hearing, you showed us a really stark chart of CO salaries compared to surrounding states and some of their compensation structures, bonuses, et cetera. I was curious specifically with the amended budget and the additional funding for those COs, is that reflecting of any sort of raise of those pay grades, or is that just additional positions at the same pay grades?
The additional positions at the same pay grades.
Okay,
Yes.
got it. The next question is, also with the managed access, it states, provides funding for equipment, infrastructure, and installation for 8 additional systems between this amended budget and 27, for a total of 27 systems. Between those two, are we going to get managed access at every facility that has needed one?
Yes, that needs one to go. It'll be a 27, so we'll have managed access at every prison that needs one. Some facilities, we don't have an issue with cell phones or anything like that, so we wouldn't waste the taxpayers' money to put it at those locations. But those 27 locations that we've identified would definitely need them, and they will have them.
Great, that's great to hear. There's 3 more. So on the drone question, I understand that this is a federal issue. We also know that at least the FCC is acting on drones. I know that they have recently expanded the covered list for those that are banned foreign-made drones. Do you have any sense of a timeline on when they will change the rules with respect to being able to destroy or something like that for unmanned aircraft?
Yeah, we're still waiting on some of the guidance from the federal government and what relates to the mitigation efforts. Again, I know there's going to have to be, we have to train our staff on the mitigation technology, and it's also going to be some reporting requirements. Just waiting on some further guidance from that.
Got it. Thank you. I know that's not on you. I know you've been advocating, but obviously us, most of all, Vice Chair Mathis really cares about this issue because we should. The next, and I want to be clear, I do get asked this question, and so just for the record, do any of the Department of Correction budgets fund prisons that are housing folks under a federal detention hold, I-247? Okay, thank you.
Well, they have detainers on them, but they're
Right.
inside of our prison on state charges, so we're
Correct.
not holding them for any type of deportation or anything like that
Gotcha.
solely.
Gotcha. I wanted to get that on the record because I
Yes,
do
sir.
get asked that question. And final question, and this is a little bit less factual, but one of the other substantial increases in this budget is the jail subsidy. Could you explain why that subsidy has increased kind of exponentially almost in the last several years, and why we aren't able any longer to pick up offenders from local counties within that 15-day time period?
Well, kind of what's going on, it started back last year around this time, kind of with Hurricane Helene, the ice storms and things of that nature. We had to stop intakes in, and so that created about a $2 million backlog for those incidents alone. And then currently we have beds offline, getting ready for our dry docking off of our facilities to do the lock replacement and hardening of our facilities. So we're keeping some beds offline for those projects, but then how it got started was with Hurricane Helene and then the ice storms we had this time last year, and it just compounds over time. Roughly, we bring in, how many you say we bring in per week?
Well, about 500 a week.
We bring in about 500 a week, and so you can kind of see once we stop movement for a week or 2 or 3, depending on the natural disaster, it just compounds it backlogs over the months. But we work hard to get them in. With the support of this, we should have that subsidy and paid out and try to have everybody in, within the year.
Thank you, Mr. I want to say I really appreciate some of the advances made in this recommended amended budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions for the commissioner? Okay, we appreciate you, and I really appreciate you being so brief.
Yes, sir.
You have a tough job. We all understand that. I think it's probably one of the most difficult jobs in state government, and you never see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
And we all appreciate what you do, and you fight the good fight. But
Yeah. Thank you. It's not about me. I have the easy job. The men and women that work behind those walls every day have the tougher job, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The next up, we have the Georgia State Financing and Investment Commission. They're going to update us on some of the things that they've been doing for the Department of Corrections.
Chairman, we'll make ours very brief. We just got a couple things and be ready for the questions for you. So, yes, sir, we imagine you do. We just have the capital items for they're the main thing we'd like to talk about, and I'll do have Charlie Parrish. Again, I'm Gerald Pilgrim with the Georgia State Financing and Investment Commission. Marty Smith, the state property officer's in the back with us today. And then Charlie Parrish, who is our Director of Operations, who as of June of this past year, 90% of his job is now in corrections. So we'll, and kind of give you a little bit about what we've done since then. And I know we kind of had a little bit of conversations in December, but kind of give you a little bit of an update, and Charlie will give you more specifics on some of the locking controls and some of the other major key projects. But when we were given these projects that we got with ModCorps starting in April, May, when the budget was going through there, we had a staff of about 2 people that were working on corrections projects. We had 16 project managers total handling $4 billion worth of projects throughout the state. We added an additional 8 project managers just to handle correction items. So we had a little bit of a delay to starting, but we've ramped up over the course of the summer. We hired people that were experienced in corrections. So we're proud of what we've ramped up to. And then we have Charlie that can talk about the project specific, and then we'll go from there.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time you've taken on these kind of projects for the Department of Corrections.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you've done all the state buildings and that kind of thing. And
State buildings, where we're doing large capital projects throughout there. Charlie has a extensive background in correctional work. Actually one of his first projects was doing the project in Milledgeville that we had talked about before for Geo Group, and then built county jails throughout the state. So we're very proud to have him, but has a very big knowledge, and then was able to bring in additional project managers who we've gone out and hired project management firms using our budget, our money that we make off the interest earnings from the large capital projects. So it does not take anything away from corrections. So we're proud of that 100% of the money that y'all appropriate to corrections goes into corrections, not into the project management side. And Charlie, you want to talk about the current projects?
Yep. Current ongoing projects. Quick update for you all today. Of our 22 projects that were funded in the amended 25 and the 26 budget, 22 of those were construction projects, 7 design projects. All 7 of the design projects are ongoing, so those are successful and on schedule. In anticipation of starting the construction projects that get funded in the future funding. 12 of those 22 projects have started. They are in construction. 4 of those projects are anticipated to start in the next 30 days, which you'll see on your handout. 2 are in pricing, so that means they're anticipated to get started, and you'll see those start dates on your schedule. 2 of our projects are waiting on other projects to complete, which is the same as we talked about at our last meeting in December. And 2 of them are scheduled to start a little later this spring, but are ready to get going, and we're in various stages of pricing and finalizing drawings. So all in all, most of our projects are on track. You have a current sheet from the one we gave you in December, and I'll be prepared for any direct questions y'all have. I'll give you a couple of the highlights to update you since we met last in December. Our ModCorps projects, which are important for creating bed space in the system to continue our projects as y'all continue funding these important projects. All of those are still on track to turn over 1 per month for the next 4 months. Actually, with the Johnson Care Unit also being turned over in April, that 4th month. The Tiger teams are contracted and scheduled to start. Our first week of work that we have scheduled with Department of Corrections is actually first week of February. We have successfully delivered on time in the middle of December, as we talked about. Our first lock replacement project of the 3 that were funded in the amended 25. The first locks went in this week, actually, and those are ongoing at Smith State Prison, and that project is ongoing and continuing and going well to start. We have a few projects that have shifted on your schedule, and I'll call note to you that those projects, we had a kickoff meeting for your camera project at Rutledge and Central. You'll show that the end date on that is shifted out. That's actually going to get corrected. When we updated the sheet earlier this week, we had a kickoff meeting and with facilities and shifted it. However, in working with Assistant Commissioner Holt, we're going to correct that and pull that back up. That was a bed space conversation that with his leadership, we're going to work on that and get that corrected. So the next update you see, we'll pull that back up. Apologies for that. And other than that, and our two large projects, Autry State Prison is on schedule as well. We've actually received some of our air handling units a little early, which doesn't happen too often nowadays. So that project is on schedule to turn over half of it back to Department of Corrections in July, with the remaining of it first of next year in January. And then Washington State Prison, I can also report, is on schedule. So that turnover hasn't changed since we met in December. We are flying with precast, and in the next 30 days, we'll actually have 3 cranes setting precast. We have dozens of cells already made and sitting at the precast plant in Conley, Georgia. So we're excited about that. Looking forward for y'all, what we have requested and worked through with Department of Corrections for funding for the amended 26, 50.1.8, 50.1.9, and 50.110. We have reviewed these projects with Department of Corrections, and they're ready to start as far as bed space. We have a bed space plan, an escort plan, and all of the designs to start those projects are ready, and we'll be able to put out RFQs immediately for the design projects within that package.
I think, Commissioner, our Chairman, I think it would be, what we would say is, as these projects are ongoing, we've had a lot of design, a lot of prep has gone into that. Now we have the infrastructure to be able to continue to roll these out, that I think you're going to see a continuous progress. If the legislature chooses to fund these projects, we're not going to be ramping up. We've ramped up. We have the infrastructure to be able to sustain it. Charlie has also put his special projects directors, 50% of his time is on that job. And then we have the additional 8 other project managers that are either staffed by us, 2 that are currently in our staff, and then 6 that we're contracting with. So we should be able to handle that and be able to take that and deliver the projects that we're currently working on and any future projects that y'all choose to do there, and be able to take on those.
Well, we really appreciate that, and I heard a little commentary about things weren't moving fast enough, but I know that there's limited number of contractors that do some of this work, particularly with the locks. I mean, 3 different companies that do it for the whole United States, and then one went out during the time, but we were told last year at this time that it would be December before they could even begin to look at what we had to do. So it's a slow process, but we're grateful that you ramped up and got staff that can.
Charlie has a presentation for y'all on locks. It'll take about 6 hours, and I didn't figure y'all wanted to see that today.
Not today. Not today. Maybe tomorrow.
So yes, sir. We'll Zoom everybody in from home and behind some warmth.
But we appreciate you being aggressive, and because this is going to be ongoing. I mean, the prison system's not getting any smaller, and it's if you've been around to some of the prisons, and you know, they're outdated. Some of them have substantial infrastructure problems, and it's just going to take some time. And sometimes I think we've kicked the can down the road for too long, and we need to get things straightened up so that we can run them efficiently, and that the prisoners are taken care of. You know, that we make the safety adjustments we have to, and we get the farm going. You know, I grew up on a dairy farm, and I hadn't been down there to the dairy in about 20 years, but if they were in the private sector, I don't believe the milk inspector would ever approve it for grade A milk. It's and I don't know what's happened in the last 20 years. I got a friend that's a representative down in Jessup. He said he's been up there a couple times, and not a whole lot's been done, but you know, when you don't get the funding, you can't do it. And, so.
Well, the committee should also, and also just to get a commitment from us too, is that we will be giving, while y'all are in session, we will be updating this sheet weekly for y'all to be able to have that and get it to the staff so they can have it and be able to share it with the committee, and then be available for any questions on those.
Well, we appreciate this. This is very telling, and it gives you some sense, particularly like the dates the construction is going to be complete. So you
Yes,
have
sir.
a sense of what's coming online and what you need to look at next. And so. Chairman Werkheiser.
All right, just clarify, because trying to reconcile this, what you said yesterday to what you just said. Washington,
Yes, sir.
you mentioned March 26 yesterday.
No,
Or something.
20,
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
no, March 2028.
Okay, I think you
I think
said
it was within the
26
present.
yesterday.
I may have
maybe.
said, the slide
Okay.
said 28. If I did, I
Okay,
misspoke
that
at that
makes
point in
more
time.
sense.
The slide said 28, so I must have
Okay.
misread my slide.
Okay, that's good.
Yes.
No further questions? Representative Lynn.
Hi there. I just had a quick clarification question, and I asked a similar question in December. I'm still trying to understand. With respect to, I'll use the Tiger Team locks as an example. Percent committed says 0%, and so obviously actuals spent are 0%. The status note says contracted with firms scheduled to start February 2026, but that does not mean it's been committed, the funds?
No, and I'll let Charlie address that. Those are, the funds being that will be as it's actually spent, and because those are going to be as needed basis. So we don't really have, like with some of these other projects, we know we're spending the money on the project. So Tiger Teams are more going to address immediate needs as they come up once they starting in February. So I think February you're going to start seeing that number either ramp up dramatically, we'll have more of a feel because we have not operated that way yet.
Yeah, the contracts that we're having with those vendors are an hourly rate as needed with reimbursables for any materials or small tools they would need. And so those will get incurred as they're spent essentially. So you'll see those numbers come up together as opposed to our contractors and our architects, which will commit and then spend the money.
Gotcha. And I'm assuming that's the same for example, it also says 0% committed with the new locking control systems at Calhoun and Johnson.
Those
same
two
thing.
you will see probably, so we're expecting the GMP for those from our contractor at the end of this month. So you'll see that committed number jump up to their committed number. We just completed those designs in the last 60 days and have been in bidding on those. So you'll see that jump up as soon as we get it done.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I believe that's it. Again, we thank you, and great presentation, and you provide a lot of knowledge that we wonder about a lot. So,
Well, again, we're committed. If there's anything that the committee needs or any members needs private meetings, we'll be glad to meet with them anytime.
well, I know you're a little busy with our business across the street too. With,
We have a good staff handling that.
we're looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Next is our healthcare provider partners, Centurion and Gateway. Want to be at the podium? It's your choice, either way. Okay. Want to introduce yourself and begin when
Yes.
you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hitchens, committee members. My name is Timothy Harlan. I am the CEO of Centurion Health. We are a partner with the Department of Corrections on providing health care inside the prisons and also coordinating that health care when it needs to go outside the prisons. I'd like to just real quickly thank Commissioner Oliver, Mr. Watson, Mr. Holt, Mr. Sauls, Mr. DeFore. These are great partners for us as well. The wardens across the state, we work collaboratively, as you can imagine, to ensure that this constitutionally required health care is provided. So I just thank you for the time, right? Thank you for the opportunity to come. Thank you for the opportunity to make some remarks. I presented in December, and I shared quite a bit of data around the two contracts, right? There is a mental health and dental contract. Dr. Rohn here to my right oversees that contract on behalf of the state. There's slightly less than 500 dedicated individuals that work inside of that contract. And then there's a physical health, right, contract, and there's slightly over 1,000 individuals that work on behalf of that contract. So if you'll recall, when presented in December, my very, very last slide was, let me just advance, was this. There were three big takeaways that I wanted to present to the committee. The first one had to deal with wages, and in particular in the mental health and dental contract, right? The last time we had approved funding for rate increases, for salaries for these individuals, was 2022. In December, I highlighted a couple of examples, right? I highlighted psychiatry, and I highlighted counselors and dentists, right? And showing the increase in terminations and our difficulty in recruiting. We talked about how the market is moving away from these critical positions. And not just those. Those were illustrative. Like I said, there's over 400 people that work in this space. So caseloads are going up. Inflation is going up. Demand for these people, this is mental health all over the country. The demand for mental health professionals is increasing. So people are trying to poach them. All of these things are factoring together into sort of this perfect storm where I'm very, very concerned, and you saw the graph where the retention rate is starting to decline. We've held it steady for many months and even years, but it is starting to decline at a rate that's alarming. And so one of the takeaways, this first one, was some relief for the wages, right? The approved salaries inside the contract that have been pegged to 2022, can we get some additional funding to help bring them closer to market? The second big takeaway was just on the complement, but again, inside that mental health and dental contract. And when I say complement, the number of staff, right? So on the one hand, you have the wages for the staff, but do you have the right number? The caseloads in mental health and dental have gone up, or the caseloads in mental health have gone up 30%, from 10,000 in 2022 to around 14,000 in 2025, end of 2025. So workload's going up, and our ability to retain is challenged. And so do we have the right number of people? And we looked at the standard operating procedures and the requirements and the ratios of which we're supposed to work towards versus the approved complement that we have. And there was a gap there. And we talked about that. And closing that gap is going to be critically important. And then the third one dealt with the physical health and all of the things that we've talked about, right? In terms of the violence, the mental health issues, overdoses in the prisons, the aging population. As they get older, they more opportunity to have cancer, chronic disease, diabetes, rising prices in the health systems that service these patients in terms of the free world. So all of these pressures are driving up that off-site care. So those were the three big problems that I brought forward sort of in summary back in December. I'd like to just take a moment, again, I don't have many slides, but I just wanted to have a touch point on each one of those problems and then crosswalk it to the governor's budget. And then I'll open it up for questions. And I'm going to go in reverse order. So the narrative on the right is just a cut and paste of the governor's budget. You all are familiar with that. The graphic or the bulleted list on the left are just the issues that we talked about. Census is growing, violence is increasing, overdoses are occurring, hospital prices are rising, medical needs for an aging populations are growing, and then there's challenges with discharge. And what I mean by no safe discharge, if you're in the hospital, you've had surgery, you're in recovery, you've got to come back to a place that's appropriate, right? General population, and often is the case, is not the place for immediately post a hospital stay. So do we have the capacity there? And then again, limited specialized housing. I think there's really good news on this slide. As Commissioner Oliver reported and has been advocating with the governor's office, there's money in the budget for off-site care. There's an opportunity to increase the per offender per month, that then as census grows, there's the appropriate resources to care for those. And so is it sufficient? Inflation and all of these factors, you put it in, who knows, right? And forecasting this is very difficult, but very encouraged in terms of what the governor put into the budget and very appreciative of the department for their advocacy for this space. The next one, again, going in reverse order, was point 2 on the FTEs. And I used this table, so the far left is just sort of a cut and paste of some of the SOPs that identify the the ratios that are required in the facilities. And most of these are based off some level of caseload, right? The work. I have a mental health patient, they're this level of a mental health patient, they require these kind of services. I need one counselor for every X of those caseloads, as an example. I need one psychiatrist for every Y. And if you take those ratios that are embedded in the Georgia standards and apply them, we would need 527 FTE, approved FTE, to accommodate the work as described in the policies. Currently approved is 366. So that delta is a challenge, and that delta is 161 FTEs. There is some money in the budget. There is $3.4 million in the fiscal year 27 budget to address ratios. That is certainly essential. I guess I'm here to advocate that it is not sufficient, right? That $3.4 million will not close that gap. Now, does it need to be closed entirely in 1 year? You know, that's a conversation for the department, for the governor's office, for you all. You know, this certainly, I believe, could be phased over a couple of years, but the 3.4 would close a small percentage of that gap and would not fully solve that issue. So that was the second point I wanted to make. And then the third is on the first point, and I would say is the most acute. Again, this graph on the left was one of many that I shared, but you can see that beginning trend, and this is a fill rate percentage, right? This is of all the approved positions, what percent of those approved positions are filled. So all those numbers that you see are percent filled. Higher is better. And higher is better, it's declining. And it's declining from 87, we're down to 82. And I'm very, very concerned for all the reasons I said. These people are in demand. It's very difficult to recruit. We're roughly, on average, 30% below market across all of these highly sought-after professionals. The budget talks about ratios, right? Sort of addressing that point too. Do we have the right complement of people? But it doesn't talk about rates. So as I read this, the need to give these dedicated people a raise is, it weighs on our leadership's mind, and I think it's going to be critically important to reverse this graph. I appreciated everyone's comments earlier about the men and women that work in this space, the attaboys that were given, the challenges and the difficulty that it is to walk through those gates every day. And, our people are in lockstep with all of those custody officers and wardens. They are providing the care in this space in difficult situations and have not gotten a raise since 2022. And so on behalf of them, on behalf of this shared mission that we have with the department, I just wanted to sort of close the loop with my comments from 12-1 now that the governor's budget has been out, and just do a little bit of a crosswalk on terms of how those issues have been addressed. So the issue of offsite care, I think there's adequate funding in the budget. The issue of the ratios, there has been some effort in the budget. It doesn't take us the full way, but it is appreciated and takes us partially there. The lack of any funding for these people for a raise since 2022 is a challenge, and I just wanted to share that and advocate on behalf of them in the need for additional funding.
Aren't you a large nationwide company?
We are, sir.
And do you provide your employees with health care benefits or any type of retirement, anything like state
all of the
government
above.
does?
Yes.
All of the above. So I took it upon myself after we met the 1st of December to take a look at some of the monetary problems that you have and the salaries that are paid, and very obviously you are way behind the curve. I have family members who are in the medical business, and they tell me that you're substantially underpaying some of your people, and if they're good at what they do, they can benefit substantially financially by going somewhere else. And
Yeah, that's exactly right. They have options.
Right.
Up, down, and across our
Right.
entire FTE, our employees, they have options elsewhere, and they don't have to go very far to get those options.
anywhere in the medical field, I mean, you can move, and some of the young people today will go somewhere else for $10 a month more. I mean,
Correct.
they're very attracted by money, but and I don't know if we can fix it, but we certainly have the intent. I mean, I said it earlier today. The intent of the prison system is rehabilitation. It's not punishment. And if you're not healthy and have safety and security and well-being about yourself, I think we're going backwards. And certainly good medical care. And many of these people have come from past lives where they didn't receive much medical care, and they require more than other people who've led what we would term as normal lives and receive normal medical care, dental care too. It's I know a lot of them come into the prison system with significant health issues, some due to drugs and proper nutrition, no dental care, and that's very costly for us. And I know where you're coming from. So we're gonna try, but you know, it's our budgets are tight. I've probably got 20 people who come to see me this week that want $1 million here and $1 million there that aren't even in state government. They just have some plan that they want that they think they ought to get $1 million for, and our budget's $37 billion a year, and you know, it only stretches so far. So.
Yes, and thank you for that, Chairman Hitchens. I'm a CEO of a large company, so I can appreciate it, right? The demands for important needs far exceed the resources, so I can appreciate that. I've got the benefit of getting to advocate for a small sliver, right? I don't have Commissioner Oliver's problems on salaries for his people and facilities and locks and all of those other things. I can come here before you and just say, hey, for my view of the world, critically important people that are in desperate need of a raise.
And I would imagine there ought to be a little compensation for working in the environment to do too. Not everybody wants to go into a prison and do medical work. It's
yes.
I said before, I got a grandson that's a psychiatrist, and he did his residency at St. Elizabeth's Mental Hospital, Washington, D.C., and he said he had to go into units there where they had no mental capacity, and it was just horrific. And he's slight of build. I said, well, how did you? He said they provided me with two guys that looked like they played for the Washington Redskins. They went in there with me every time I'd go in, but I know it's. Dealing with mental illness is significant, and I applaud you for what you do. And very obviously, we have a problem in the prison system. I mean, nationwide with mental illness. Many people are incarcerated because of their mental illness and caused them to do whatever they did. So I think it's pretty important that we try and keep our people and work hard to make sure that we provide them with whatever care, the inmates with whatever care they need to try and get them out so that they take their medications and can live somewhat of a normal life. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That's an important perspective, and I appreciate that.
Representative Lynn?
Just a couple questions. And I know you've shown us the 27 budget. We have before us the amended FY26 budget. And for us, this is, agreeing with everything the chairman just said, this is the single biggest increase in this budget for Department of Correction. So we always want to make sure it's responsible. I know that 12 million, approximately almost 13 million, that is the opening of additional beds covering that. How many beds is that?
I would look to the department to give me an exact number. I don't know the answer to that.
I'll move on to the second one then. So I 100% hear you on the need for staff raises. I wanted to clarify, of this 39 million, the three components, the per diem increase, the outside the wire care, and the opening of additional beds, what percentage of that 39 million is going to staff raises? Or is that all in the 27 budget coming up?
For the amended budget, for staff raises, see those numbers deal with the physical health side. So that's primarily it's the off-site care, it's the expanded census, and it's the increased bed capacity. So in those numbers, I don't think there's going to be much that's going to flow down to a raise on the physical health contract. It's just addressing other real costs. But you make an excellent point. at some point, we'll have the same issue on the physical health contract that we're having in the mental health and dental if we don't appropriate money for salary increases. Because again, highly demand nurses, physicians, nurse practitioners.
Thank you.
Can help answer the question for the additional beds that's recommended in the budget. For Autry State Prison, it will cover an additional 500 offenders that are there to cover that. Currently, Autry's dry docked facility. You heard Jisvik talk about that earlier. Expected to come online late 27, early 28. So that's 500 additional beds that are currently not covered under the contract. And the 17-bed skilled nursing unit that we currently have there now and will require the future increase. The additional, when we opened up McCray Women's Facility, it's a 24/7, 14-bed infirmary. It includes that in the budget. It also includes the addition to Johnson, the medically intensive infirmary. That's 20 beds there at Johnson to expand on that, and the expansion of our long-term acute care at Augusta Medical State Prison. That's an additional 20 beds. Excuse me, I hope I'm not advancing your slides, Tim. That's an additional 20 beds there, and then also in the budget includes the $15 million risk share, and then also the yes item for the amended budget is to use our past reserve funds and our risk share to help cover some of the outside the wire costs that they were speaking about.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Hey, Chairman, I'm Assistant Commissioner Jackson for over Admin and Finance for the Department of Corrections.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify something on the
Okay.
on the funding for the increase in per diem. That was a increase in our population going from a tier rate of 38,000 to 41,000, so we got some funding there. But it also increased the actual per diem in that tier presented to us by Centurion. So there is some staffing raises in that per diem that's there. Once the amended budget is signed into law, we'll be able to increase that per diem amount there for them for that.
For the physical health.
That's physical.
For physical health, yes, sir. There's two different contracts, like you said, like
Okay.
Mr. Harlan said. There's the physical health and there's mental health and dental health. It's just totally separate. So,
Right.
but there are funds there.
Well, thank you for the explanation. I got one additional question, and I think we talked about it a little bit before, but, you know, many of the healthcare issues they have in prisons are spontaneous, and stabbings, falls, fighting, and when they don't have medical personnel on staff there during that after hours, and they take them to the local hospital, how are those reconciled? Do you pay for them, or?
Yes, sir.
And you have contracts with
Yes,
many
sir.
of the hospital corporations and?
For ambulance services to get them to an emergency department. If they are admitted from that emergency department, then we cover that inpatient stay. We have contracts with various health systems around the state that we negotiate on behalf of the department for that care. So the off-site care, in the big buckets of the off-site care, hospital admissions, emergency department visits, and then clinic visits, right? If your primary care is managed inside the wire, but you need to see a cardiologist or an oncologist for specialty care, that again is outside the wire, off-site care, and we'll contract with those individual physicians and clinics for that care.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
We appreciate you. Gateway?
Yes.
You want to be different?
I'll just sit down here.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, committee. Ms. Lutterby is passing out a couple of handouts for you with the budget request. My name is Jared Thomas. I am a contract lobbyist that represents the Gateway Foundation today and their corrections division. They have been the provider of the RSAT program in Georgia Corrections for the past 5 years. That's residential substance abuse treatment. This is a program that obviously treats folks with substance abuse disorders within the prison system. It was mentioned that we're part of the healthcare piece here. And certainly hearing our friends at Centurion talk about mental health. There is overlap there, and certainly many of the needs he talked about with retention, recruitment, inflation, the things that they face. I won't need to reiterate those because I think that everybody knows that the challenging system and circumstances that we are all in right now. However, from a budget standpoint, we are in the inmate services piece of that budget. Colonel Hitchens mentioned that many people have met with him over the past year asking for millions of dollars. The $1.25 million ask that you have in front of you is dated from July 31st because we did go through the traditional process. We met with folks from OPB starting in July, met with Mrs. George, met with her counterpart in the Senate, Ms. Boger, and elected officials. Certainly, Colonel Hitchens is no stranger to this from me visiting his office and discussing the challenges, and certainly want to thank Commissioner Oliver, Alan Watson, Jackson DeVore, Ross Barano, and all of the folks that are at the facility level who we work with. That we haven't made a ton of progress as far as getting where we want to go from a budget standpoint, but I can tell you that the door has always been open and conversations have always been had on that. This was a part of their budget ask that they submitted to the governor back in October. Unfortunately, as you see, it's a pretty skinny list there on the FY26 that came through for corrections, and we did not make that. This is a program that is provided by a nonprofit. It is tiny compared to the amount that you're talking about with a medical provider like Centurion, but the amount of money that we're asking for could really make a huge difference. You can see the simple ask in this sheet, and also the plan that we put together for kind of retention and recruitment on that. The current budget item on it is about $10.5 million, but only between 7 and 8 of that is actually used because if the positions aren't filled, the drawdown is lower on the contract level, and we really think that we could get to this level, 100%, 95%, funding through filling these positions if we got this small incremental increase. I can tell you that with OPB, our conversations were good, and they came back to us several times during these past several months asking for clarification, asking for kind of more data and statistics, things like that, which we were always able to provide, and certainly worked with our partners at Corrections on that. Unfortunately, we just didn't get there. So we're going on to the next part of it and seeing if anything can be done there. We operate in 9 facilities across Georgia right now. This is not a program that is offered everywhere. With that, I won't go any longer than I think I need to, but certainly am open for questions. And if I can't answer it right now, I'd be happy to track it down and get it back to you.
Do we have any questions? Everybody understand it?
All right. Thank you, Colonel.
Okay, thank you.
Committee.
Geo from the Private Prison Partners. I was about to skip over you. They got you indented here on the chart. I didn't see it.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Commissioner Oliver and his team. Always grateful to be able to come and present the offerings that GEO has on behalf of the great state of Georgia. I've got 2 items I'm going to be discussing. One of them was previously discussed at the December hearing, which is about the expansion of Riverbend. As you can see, this chart here is reflective of where Riverbend is today. Before I dive into this, The second item I'll just bring forward here at the beginning. During Governor Kemp's State of the State address, he mentioned extending a one-time $2,000 bonus to state employees. In the spirit of wage parity at Riverbend that we've been requesting over the years, and this committee has been very supportive of, we'd like to request to be added to that one-time bonus for our full-time employees, as they have the difficult job of not just managing and operating the prison on the behalf of the state, but also rehabilitating them. And you've heard me over the years talk about our Continuum of Care program that we're very proud of. It is an award-winning program that we bring to the state of Georgia at no additional cost to the state, and we've done that since we've been operating Riverbend. This committee's been supportive of treating our employees as a part of that one prison system that you've heard me describe over the years, and it is one system. The line items that you see so often listed as private prisons, I always counter to say there's nothing private about us. We work for the Department of Corrections and for the state of Georgia. And so, and also to Representative Chairman Powell's point earlier, we don't want to cause unnecessary consternation in the employee work group. They work hard in a difficult environment and should benefit from the governor's offer. And so we're requesting that be applied to our employee work group at Riverbend. I've talked to Courtney about this offline, and we'll extend the information to her what those numbers look like. So that's the second item I made, number one. And then, of course, here, back to the Riverbend expansion. The first part of this presentation will be reflective of what we've already discussed in December, so I'll just punch through these slides in the spirit of brevity. This is where Riverbend is today. When we presented this back in December, we talked about two different options. Option A was the 480 general population beds that would be double bunked. Option B, this is option A, and this is what it looks like. That includes 2 new housing buildings. That includes an additional RHU, or restrictive housing unit, new warehouse expansion, infrastructure for health services, and so forth. Option B includes 3 new housing buildings and a new support building with additional food service, laundry, and maintenance, a second restrictive housing unit, a new vehicular sally port, and so on. After that hearing, we met with Commissioner Oliver and his team, and we heard the concerns not just from the commissioner, but also from this committee and others around the state about safety and security. Since the hearing in December, there have been a number of homicides and challenges that the Corrections Department has faced. And so in that spirit, there's been a great focus on single cell options, and that is what we are going to talk about next. And so we heard those concerns. We've redesigned a revised proposal expansion that reflects single cell options, and my counterpart, Kent Long, who's our proposal expansion expert, is going to discuss that point now.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Good morning, everyone. Yes, we heard the comments from the last session, and we took that to heart, and we did a complete really review and redesign of the property we had there. As you know, when we originally designed and built this facility, the land to the east was the land was prepared, the building pad was prepared, and utilities were stubbed there for the eventuality of an expansion. As a result of that, we've come back and redesigned this to make the campus more compact, more efficient, and more importantly, address the concerns of the Corrections Department. As a result, our updated design merges housing and support into a single standalone annex at the Riverbend facility. It uses a single cell configuration with all the ready infrastructure to support double bunking in the future if the need arises. We've included external access to all the building and plumbing, electrical systems, allow maintenance to enter the security areas without going into the areas of occupancy themselves. A new sally port to again gain access to all the needed supplies and the consumables. We've also had a lot of thought into construction types and materials so that we have flexibility as the market dictates, whether we want to use steel or precast cell modules that you're familiar with. We've also integrated integral showers and plumbing fixtures in each unit with, again, with the rear plumbing chase. We've also put in mind a thoughtfulness around how this could be used to house varying levels of custody levels. So from the most maximum security down to the lowest. So we've included sliding doors for improved safety. We've got medical exam rooms that take care of every 2 housing units, multi-purpose rooms. We have day rooms within the cell housing unit for 40 inmates, but can be scaled up to 80. We have video visitation booths in each day room. And then we also have the recreation yards that are directly accessible from the units themselves. We would expect these 480 single cell units, along with all the structure, to be, we could build it, permit it, design it, build it, permit it, and turn it over within approximately 24 months. It'd fit very well on the current site. And again, there's less cost as a result of the original site work that was done when the original facility was built. That completes my presentation. If anyone's got any questions, I'm sure we will address them.
I have a question. Of course, you're a private contractor, so you utilize whoever you want to build the facility. It just seems like doing it in 24 months compared to what some of ours take, or considerably shorter period of time. Is that, you think that's the reason? And you don't have to bid. You just pick who you want, or you can bid. I mean,
yeah,
but in the private sector, and you want to build something, you get somebody that you know, or somebody that's going to give you a reasonable good deal, and you just call them. When we do it in the government sector, you have to go through a long process to make sure that everything is fair.
No, understood. We represent and reflect the same process that the state would go through as well by contracting and bidding out to the top performing construction companies around the state. I'll let Ken talk about that a little further.
When we, of course, we have our own in-house design and construction folks, but, we don't do the work ourselves. We have to go out to the tradespeople. So in this particular case, after we came up with this concept design, I had 5 really design build contractors in the region, some here in Georgia, and they all priced and scheduled the project. They were all within the 24-month time frame to design it, build it, and turn it over, and we're within probably $5 million overall on price between the 5 of them. So we felt pretty comfortable that they were looking at the same project and had a high degree of confidence they could deliver it if it desired to move forward within the future.
And with regard to the $2,000, in the past, we've always tried to have parity with the prisoners, because I know the people that work for both groups go back and forth, and whoever's making the most money is where they leave you and go to corrections. If you get more money, they leave corrections and come over to you. So while it's not in the budget, we're gonna take a good look at that and see.
Appreciate that. As you always have. And again, I want to thank you. I also want to thank Commissioner Oliver for also working hard toward wage parity over the years. So thank you for that. Any other questions?
Chairman McDonald.
Thank you, Manuel. Looking at Plan 3 that y'all changed out, going back, looking at option B, section N, I see you took that one out in the new, I think you slide back in your the latest ones that I don't think we had a graph of. Yeah,
You're talking about the option B with that has the one
Well, you showed one after option B. That
Oh, let me
had-
go, I'm sorry, I've got the button right here in my hand.
Not that one. The newer one. It was after.
Okay.
No, not that one.
New- Not this one, but
That one.
Okay.
Yes.
So, in option B, you had N over here, the 73 bed. Is there a reason you left that one back out, not utilizing that space while you're doing all this construction?
Yes.
Excellent question, excellent question. And as a result of really combining the campus together and all of those units being single-celled units with the design that we've got, it was really a matter of how you will operate this facility, and it really became redundant to build another standalone 73 restricted housing unit, when if you do have a behavioral issue, it can be accommodated very easily by segmenting off one of the units in the current design and taking care of it there. So based upon the custody level that we would expect to have here and the very few behavioral issues that you may have, to build a 73-bed restricted housing unit that may be not used all the time and can be effectually taken care of in the current design, we thought that was more cost-effective and operationally effective as well.
So the purpose of the restricted housing unit is in the event that people act up and misbehave, there's a completely separate building. I've moved back to option B. That's that small building in the corner under N that I think you're reflecting. We removed that because of the redundancy. These are going to be utilized as single cells, at least in the initial utilization from the department. And so there's no need to have that building built out. So, yeah.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the same lines, on this revised expansion, you mentioned that it will allow you, that you'll have a range of security up to maximum security. I wanted to clarify, does that mean this facility would allow you to house more higher level prisoners as well?
Yes, I mean, the design is currently a single cell. You have sliding doors, you have showers within each unit, so it allows you to house a higher level custody inmate if you so desire.
Do you have an estimation on how many that would be?
I think that it would really, well, from a physical plan standpoint, I mean, it would be, you could house the entire unit. But however, that's more of an operational issue that you would look at and how they would want to, how many high-level inmates versus medium custody and low custody they would want to put in here. So it's really a more operational issue. If it was operated and staffed accordingly, it's designed and built to house 100% of it that way.
Thank you.
But currently, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't house any high security inmates, and the Department of Corrections makes a determination, don't they?
That's correct. We have low and medium custody in our possession.
Okay.
Yeah, that classification decision is solely based on the department.
But you have the capability. If we have too many, and it gets to the point that they have to have a place to put some, you have that capability.
Correct. In the new configuration, you have single cell option. Again, this was the concern of the state, and both Commissioner Oliver wisely said, let's do single cell option here. But we will establish the opportunity to build a secondary bunk in the event that you want to expand or reduce that classification at a later date.
Okay. Is that you, Chairman Bell?
No, it's me one
McDonald?
time. One
Okay.
more quick question. In this construction of all the new cells, yeah, I've toured a couple prisons of late, and they don't do a lot of the external jamming. I mean, but the internal, they're working so that these cell phones inside the prisons aren't moving over, sending out signals. Are y'all using that same technology on the private side? And who establishes that as far as the companies to use? Is that done through Department of Corrections, or y'all determine what companies y'all use privately?
Yeah, yes. We experience the same issues you have with cell phones and drones. So we've certainly introduced drone detection technology, cell sense technology within the units themselves to try to detect it. We've had pretty good luck with the drone detection technology we're using. From a cell sense standpoint, we have both in-place and mobile devices we use to detect cell phones in the buildings. I will say that this particular construction, the way it's designed, we have a more difficult time putting Wi-Fi in just because of the depth and the density of the construction that we've got. So that's certainly an inherent benefit of it, but still doesn't eliminate it. But this construction does make it more difficult to have cell phone service getting out through 12-inch solid concrete and heavy steel and the way the building's done. But outside use certainly available. But again, with the recreation yards right adjacent, again, I think that's an inherent benefit as well to help control the amount of contraband and cell and drone detection that would be applicable to this particular project.
Any further questions? We appreciate your testimony. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, committee.
A friend from Core Civic. Want to do the podium?
Yeah. If I may switch it up, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. Yes, Tyler Mashburn here with Core Civic. It's good to be here with you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of your committee. It's good to see y'all and continue working with y'all. I would like to, acknowledge the work that this committee has done prior to, the beginning of session, working in December. I know in that meeting, and obviously working, my predecessor, Mr. Jerry Langford, has worked with y'all for years. Those are big shoes to fill, but I'm happy to be here working on behalf of Core Civic here in Georgia, and hopefully being able to continue working as a great partner with the commissioner and his great staff as well. Just want to thank you again for this opportunity, and then being able to discuss what is included in the governor's budget about the correct tier funding for House Bill 68. We are appreciative of that, and I would continue, I guess, to echo what our counterparts, GEO, requested as regards to the $2,000 one-time payment in an effort to maintain parity across the board for corrections in these important public safety functions that our correctional officers take care of us here in the state of Georgia. And I did want to touch on briefly, I know there's an increased need for bed space. I've spoken with Ms. George, and I believe, Mr. Chairman, we will have something for you as it relates to kind of going back to what Mr. Langford mentioned in December in regards to more bed space that we would be able to provide our Jenkins facility. Back when that facility was built back in about 15 years ago, they had included the opportunity to expand that by about 1,500 beds. We do want to maintain flexibility, and we'll provide more options as what is needed by our partners, and certainly take input from members of the General Assembly, as well as our good working relationship with the Commissioner and his staff as to what exactly is needed in that space. But we do have that ability to expand, and I expect that we will have something to you by next week as it relates to those different options that we can provide. And but again, I just want to thank you for that opportunity.
Any questions?
Great.
You certainly did expedite things, so thank you.
Do what I can. Thank y'all very much.
And unless I hear something else, I think that's all we have for corrections. Very obviously they're a large organization, and they do a lot of work. They got a lot. I introduced the former Commissioner of Corrections one time as Reesville as the manager of the largest gated community in the state. But we thank you for what you do, and sorry we don't, I wish we could fund more. I mean, that's, there's very obviously a shortfall every year, so, and we didn't talk about it, but the analysts were something that is on my mind too. And when we talked the other day and talked about some of the phone calls and the lack of analysts and all the intelligence you pick up through that, I think it's a shortcoming that we don't provide more. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is we're going to go with GEMA Homeland Security. He's got a big job to do today, and good fortune had been with him. He was involved in an accident this morning, and we had to get him early yesterday so he could do a press conference with the governor. And you all right?
Yes, sir. Best news, I'd keep my driving pin intact, so everybody was okay.
Wasn't your fault, huh?
No, sir.
When you gonna activate the SOC?
Saturday morning at 7.
You just a second on my
Let me see if I can do it.
I'll name them all the same,
Good morning.
We ready when you are.
Yes, sir. Well, mine's only slightly longer than Department of Corrections, so.
Oh, yeah. We'll be here.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman. Thank y'all again for making the accommodation to get us in here. As you can imagine, we are very focused on winter weather right now, and I'll just start with that. I got a brief from our state meteorologist before I walked in this morning, just to give you a little bit of an update. It's a very significant storm that's heading our way, with the main focus being I-20 and above. Looks like the northeast corridor of Georgia is going to take the brunt, the most severe, and it's going to be pretty severe. So it's on the way. We are going to activate the SOC Saturday morning at 7. We've started messaging. The governor and I did some media yesterday. We're going to continue to do that. He's been in constant contact. We're going to brief him as soon as I leave this meeting. We'll do another press conference in one, and working with all of our state, local, federal partners, we're getting it done. So I just encourage everybody, don't panic, make precautions, prepare ahead, and we'll get through it together. But Saturday and Sunday, main days coming in. The problem is the temperature's going to stay so low on Monday and Tuesday. We're not sure exactly when it's going to completely thaw out and be back to normal. So that's kind of it on the weather. So, of course, I want to begin by thanking Governor Kemp for his leadership and continued commitment to emergency preparedness and public safety. I also want to thank the members of this Appropriations Subcommittee on Public Safety for your support over the last year. Your investment has allowed GEMA Homeland Security to continue to deliver the critical services to Georgians that they need. So, GEMA Homeland Security is somewhat unique among state agencies in that approximately 98% of our funding is derived from federal grants. While this creates opportunities to leverage federal dollars, it also means that state funds are critical to meeting required matches and maintaining compliance when federal requirements change. Over the past year, changes to federal grant structures have created new challenges that required careful planning and prioritization. I'll begin with our 2026 budget, amended budget, which we fully support. This amended budget ensures continued compliance with federal requirements, supports critical public safety infrastructure, and strengthens protection efforts for Georgia communities. We are grateful for the governor for including the one-time $2,000 salary supplement for our state employees. Our personnel have expressed sincere appreciation for this recognition, which reflects the value placed on their continued commitment to public safety. EMPG match. The $5.7 million increase allows Georgia to meet federal matching requirements for 2 emergency management performance grants. This requirement resulted from the federal government shortening the grant period of performance from 3 years to 1. As a result, both the FY 2024 and FY 2025 EMPG awards now require a full state match and must be expended by September 30th, 2026. Without this funding, Georgia would risk losing significant federal preparedness dollars. Protection of communities. Our next item is the $1 million transfer from the Department of Public Safety to GEMA Homeland Security for the Protection of Communities Grant Program. These funds will be administered alongside the federal nonprofit security grant program, allowing the state to better coordinate resources and strengthen security for at-risk communities across Georgia. Next Gen 911. The next item relates to the Georgia Emergency Communications Authority, which is administratively attached to GEMA Homeland Security. The additional $9.9 million builds upon the existing $5 million allocation and funds the first 2 years of the GIS build-out necessary to support next generation 911 services. This investment improves call routing accuracy, response times, and situational awareness for emergency responders statewide. These investments have a direct and measurable impact on the state of Georgia. They ensure the state remains prepared to respond to emergencies, protect the progress achieved through prior investments, and reduce long-term costs by addressing risk early rather than reactively. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the risks that could occur without state action. In terms of grant dependency, many core functions of our agency, including finance, training, logistics, IT, operations, are almost entirely EMPG or FEMA funded. Elimination would directly halt essential services, not supplemental programs. We would continue to experience communication vulnerabilities due to aging infrastructure as it relates to 911. County preparedness would be at risk as hazard mitigation plans are federally supported. Without state funding, counties risk losing FEMA eligibility for mitigation grants. With the state support, GEMA Homeland Security can ensure continued statewide emergency preparedness and response. Ultimately, this budget strengthens public safety, resilience, and coordination across state, local, and federal partners, benefiting all Georgians. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and I would yield for any questions you may have.
And I didn't hear it yesterday, but some of the federal grants have kind of dried up in some other agencies. Are you feeling that pressure?
Yes, sir. Everything's in flux. And if you'll remember, the FEMA put together an advisory council that was supposed to kind of sort all this through and really chart the new path forward for FEMA 2.0 to speak. They've still not released the report on it. There's a real lack of clarity really on the direction that FEMA's going to take, and of course that transcends down to the state and local level. But yes, sir, the grant portion is definitely a piece of that.
And you already experienced that with hurricane
yes, sir.
Funding, and even though we have great FEMA partners locally, sometimes dealing with Washington.
And I couldn't brag more on our local FEMA Region 4 partners. They're great. They do everything that we can ask of them. They are true partners on the regional level.
I just know in Washington, the grant program and the rules are very fluid, and would work one time, doesn't work the next time. And,
yes, sir, you've experienced it as well.
A lot of uncertainty about what's going to happen.
Yes, sir.
And the people that receive the monies don't understand that. You know, they've been damaged, they want them now. So.
It's a very complex and involved process.
Yep. Any questions? Okay. Representative Lynn.
Just a quick question. Would you just remind us what the time range is for the complete build-out of next-gen 911, and then after this $9.9 million allocation, what the rest of the funding will require?
Where's Greg? Greg, you want to come speak? Greg Whitaker is the executive director of JICA, who is the agency really most involved. He would do a much better job of prepping you on that.
And there's a federal deadline on that, isn't
there? Well, excuse my voice. The sunsetting of copper and legacy makes this more and more of a front of the burner project. 2028 is what we're looking at. The problem with Next Gen 911 is it's a really long runway. And as you can see in our budget cycles, the 5 million last year, the 5.7 that we were passed through from some other money, we haven't spent all that because we were told that speaking with other states, we found that have gone ahead of us, we found that they were able to negotiate a lot of that build-out money from that $5 million that we can save if we can negotiate it in our contract. So we have that $5 million, and then this $9 million will actually help go toward the GIS build-out. That build-out is already in progress. We've been working on that for about 2 years, but because NextGen 911 goes from your traditional mapping and MSAG into GIS call routing, the GIS has to be right first, and it's a different GIS system than what most counties are used to. Most counties, depending on who you talk to, they have some sort of GIS, but you go to the metro, you go to the urban counties, they have a very fluid GIS system. A lot of the rules do not. Some of our state road show we did last year when we were trying to educate about NextGen 911, we had a couple of 911 directors that raised their hand that didn't even know what GIS was, to our surprise. So that $9 million would help them to build out the NextGen GIS database and make sure that all that GIS information works in a NextGen environment. You may have the best GIS system in an urban area or a metro area, but if it's not workable in a GIS environment, then it does not do what we need it to do in NextGen 911. So to answer your question, and we're looking at some of the recommendations from the House Subcommittee on NextGen 911 funding. 2028 is when we would hope to have this done, because the telcos, AT&T, to my understanding, has already made an announcement by 2029 they are sunsetting copper, and as that happens, and even though we're a regulated industry, or 911 will not go away, the cost of that will go up. From talking to other states at the National 911 Directors Conference this past year, we found out that in some cases that's been 33% increase every year for the old legacy technology. And the reason they're wanting to go away from legacy, and why we need to be there, and Georgia, unfortunately, is one of the last states that has not implemented NextGen 911 technology, is that the costs will be going up. IP technology continues to dominate, and they're trying to get away from the old legacy, the old copper lines for many reasons. And as we go forward into the future, NextGen 911 is the future. There's so many things, as the Director Lamb was saying, that it will help 911 centers and public safety to be able to do. But as that technology goes forward, the old technology is going to get more and more expensive, and we're even told that there may not even be technicians to work on the old equipment as we go forward. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, Representative Lynn.
Just a quick follow-up to that. I'm just trying to get, so thank you for the timeline. I'm just trying to get a sense of moving forward. And we obviously have the fiscal year 27, but you answered part of the question to 2028. Do you have any idea between fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28 what the rest of it will cost? Or based on what you're saying, you might not know because...
Well, our estimates were about $125 million initially. That's for EZNet core services, GIS, for everything to get it going, but then you have to sustain it. And one of the things we're looking at in Georgia through the House recommendations, the study recommendations, is how do we sustain NextGen 911 and pay for the initial build out, and to get those agencies transitioned over into NextGen 911 while we're sunsetting their legacy. You can't just turn one on and one off. It has to be incrementally done. And just because one agency or public safety answering port, a 911 PSAP, may be NextGen compliant and they're ready to go, that switch or that office from the old legacy equipment can't just be turned off. There may be 4 other PSAPs attached to that, so everybody has to be able to go. So that increases the timeline as well. Another thing that we've heard, excuse me, another thing that we've heard from other states that have gone ahead of us is we can expect a 12 to 18 month contestment period for any RFP that we put out. And we have an RFP that we're looking at, that we're ready to go. And we're trying to figure out how to do that and concurrently as we go forward, building out the NextGen GIS data, and also to make sure that we can fund it in working with OPB as well.
And I asked that just because I couldn't even tell from the I understand we're not talking about 27 today, the fiscal year, but just looking at that, I wasn't necessarily seeing the money there. So I was just curious what it will all cost.
Yes, sir. It's going to be a continual ask at this point.
I understand.
And unless something changes. But over the summer, my understanding is that there's going to be some kind of working group that will take place from the recommendations to put together some of the funding issues and some of the questions about Next Gen 911 and also the continuing of PSAP day-to-day operations.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Oh, one more.
Mine was sent in through the cloud from another representative for the director here. And this is, we'll just read it. When you get asked the director about monies that have supposedly been paid by FEMA but held up by GEMA.
So there's a lot of confusion about the reimbursement process, and I went pretty in-depth on it yesterday, but the process itself, as I mentioned earlier, is very complex. It's sequential in order, and each one of those steps have to meet federal guidelines. A lot of our money gets caught up in what's called large project review. There's extensive review that's done. We don't hold money. As soon as money hits our hands, it is out within a matter of days, actually. We put it in cars. We drive it to locations. We have them come pick it up. We move that out the door as soon as we can. So a lot of times when they look at the portal and believe that it's sitting in GEMA's hands, it's technically not, because there is no high priority that I have than to move the money along as quickly as we can to those in need, and I preach that continuously. So every time I have checked, we are not holding money. It is a matter of it is in a process or in a step that has to meet certain guidelines before it can move forward. But as soon as it is in our hands, it is moved out the door ASAP within a matter of days.
Well, Mr. Representative out there in the cloud, you heard it straight from the director's mouth.
And what I would say too is, also, every one of these situations is very unique and situational dependent. So if anybody has any questions about a particular incident, reach out to me directly. We will look into it. I do that quite often. Couldn't be more happy to do it. And we'll really get into the details and figure out what's going on in that particular case.
Thank you. Again, prayers are with your team as they gear up for tomorrow, and we'll be thinking about you as you take care of not just North Georgia, but all of Georgia. In this storm coming, be thinking about.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And if you look at the process, whether it's 5 or 6 steps, the first and second process that you read from the federal government looks like the money's moved, but it hadn't.
It does. There's some things in the grant portal that are a little misleading, I guess, for lack of a better word. Some things look like they mean one thing, but they technically mean something else. So we really, again, have to look into that individual case, see what's going on with it to give clarity to it, and we're more than happy to do that in any case and do so quite often.
Well, we appreciate it.
One other thing I would just say too, that in each one of these cases, all of these subrecipients are assigned a grant specialist to whom they can ask that question at any time as well. I mentioned just yesterday, a lot of times now what we're seeing is because the money is so vast that's involved over Helene, we've got consultants and contractors in that process as well. Sometimes there's miscommunication on that level, but even that's something we can give clarity to if we're reached out to.
Okay, we're gonna have to buy a new car too.
I don't think so. I believe we can fix up the one we have. It just needs some tender love and care.
I thought it was totaled.
I don't think so. No, sir.
Okay.
One of the other cars may be, but I don't think mine's going to be.
Well, we appreciate you.
Thank you all very much. I hope you have a very safe and
one more here.
I've just got one request, if you don't mind. I live up there in the northeast Georgia area, in Hart County, Franklin County, Stevens County. We're what you call orphan counties. We're not even acknowledged by the federal government of being part of Georgia. So in the 1949 Act, they put us over there with the news coverage over in Asheville, Greenville, Spartanburg. The Atlanta news channels, they don't even, if you ever look at the map, they cut us out like we don't even exist. So I would like to ask if y'all's staff could make a special call to notify the radio stations and communication up our part of the country about the potential of this devastation of an ice storm.
Yes, sir.
Just in case.
Be
Not
glad
that I
to.
have any faith that South Carolina would do such a thing, but you know, they're the home of Clemson, so that answers that question.
Yes, sir. We'll be glad to do it.
You're talking about the shelter you're opening up at your compound for people to come stay?
No.
Well, thank y'all very much, and again, I hope.
Representative Lynn's got another question.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. Okay, we're done.
All right, well, thank you. I do hope you have a safe and uneventful weekend.
Good
but
luck this weekend to you, too.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Department of Defense. I hate y'all had to wait this long for the little bit that you got. This is another agency. It's another agency that's 90% funded by the federal government, so.
Well, sir, we don't have, I don't have any slides for you. I'm just gonna talk right off of the
Well,
sheet there.
when you get to be a major general, you don't need slides.
Yes, sir. Hey, sir, first of all, we're just excited to be here. Dwayne Wilson, Adjutant General for the Georgia National Guard, Mr. Joe Ferrero, Deputy Adjutant General, Kenley Finlayson behind us is our Director of our Budget Office, and just got a great team. I know that you all know about the National Guard, but about 15,000 of the nation's finest, Army National Guard, Air National Guard, our State Defense Force, and then civilian employees on both the federal and the state side. So we're here this morning to represent that team, and we certainly appreciate just the opportunity. We're globally engaged like never before. On any given year, we've got 10 to 15% of the teammates deployed around the world or preparing to deploy around the world, and then always ready, just like this weekend, to jump in and help out our local communities and our state partners as well. And so that's the uniqueness of the National Guard. Two missions primarily focused on our warfighting mission for the Army and the Air Force. We're funded that way, but then certainly critical to our success is the state funding. And so thank you all, this body, Governor Kemp, and the entire team for all that you continue to do for our organization.
And my suspicion is you all have got to roll this weekend too.
We do. Hey, so we're going to be busy. We're going to be busy this weekend. So, and I'll just start at the top of the tracking sheet there, and I'll hit 20.1-1, 2-1, and then 3-1. They're all related. All three of those related to the $2,000 increase to our salaries for our state employees, about 381 state employees. You can see those amounts over there to the right in each of the categories, but certainly very appreciative to all of our folks for that as well. I'll jump down to 20.2, serve military readiness. That's where a good portion of our funding lies. I'll talk just specifically. You'll see an increase of about $863,000 there for this amended budget. $250,000 of that is for the demolition of a water tower at the Atlanta Readiness Center. I think we've discussed some of that before. That shouldn't be a surprise. And then about $613,000 is an increase there just in utilities, and that's both for the Army National Guard and the Air National Guard. A lot of building going on in the Air National Guard down at Robbins Air Base, converting the 116th Air Wing to a brand new mission down there, and so we expect those utility costs to just increase for the next few years until we can kind of stabilize and see where we're going to be with those. So any questions at all about those two before I? Okay, the last one there, our youth educational services. It's a little bit of a talking point. I think we talked a little bit about it last year as well. We've seen over a couple of years our cadet attendance in the program has decreased just a little. Now I'm not gonna blame that on any one thing. I think we've COVID certainly impacted our ability to pull kids into that program. We were just not able to recruit in the spaces that we have always been comfortable to recruit from. We're back there now. I anticipate that we're going to see our numbers get back to where they've always been, but great program. There's about 20,000 kids that have benefited from that program since 1993. But we're down just a little from typically 250 graduates in one of the campuses to about 200 per year, and so that equates to the to that $1,038,943 amount that you see there. So I know with the budget we could use some of that for the increase that we talked about in readiness, which still leaves a little over 200,000. We want to be good stewards. We could certainly give that back to the team, and I think we've communicated that in the budget as well. So happy to answer any questions that you have.
I don't have any questions. I live about Travis Field's in my district, and I live about 10 miles off the end of the runway, and they're having, I'm sure you know, an exercise down there now, the F-22 and F-35. They're taking off 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning pretty regular. Get some of my constituents riled up. I always tell them that's the sound of freedom.
That is the sound of freedom. That's exercise Savannah Century. It's a national level exercise. And sir, as you well know, that's a CRTC down there, that Readiness Training Center on the Air Guard side, best in the nation. That's the only location where you have that much training space for those fighter squadrons to come in and do what they do.
Well, some of the NATO, at least in the past, I don't know what the future holds. Some of them come in to train there too.
Yes, sir. Yeah, partners from other countries every year come in to train. Yeah. Just because we can do it there, space-wise, better than you can do it anywhere else.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, that's the largest airspace out there on the ocean that's closed.
Yes, sir. It's 250 miles by 150 miles, up to 60,000 feet over water. You can simulate a lot of stuff, and just a great place to train.
Yep.
Yes,
well,
sir.
we appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Let's see here. Chairman Powell, is that you?
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions.
Yes, sir.
I noticed that y'all are redoing or revamping the National Guard headquarters up in Hartwell, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know a thing in the world about it except it's been ongoing for a while. Does that mean that we're in pretty good shape, that we're going to keep a Guard headquarters up there for a while?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Hartwell's in great shape. And I'll tell you, and you know, I didn't talk about it a whole lot because we're only talking about the 26 budget, the amended budget. But we're year 6 into the SOAR program, and that's a Readiness Center or Army Renovation Program that was started about 6 years ago. Supported, funded totally by you all and this team, and we appreciate it. Most of our armories were built in the 1950s and 60s. And so at the end of this year, we will have renovated almost 30. And so Hartwell will be one of those. That's a great program. We match state dollars with federal dollars and continue to invest into some of those armories that we know that we're just not going to lose, and so that's exactly what you're seeing at Hartwell.
Well, I appreciate it. It looks
Yes, sir.
good up that way.
Yep.
And my other question is, the guy sitting to your right there, he's not planning on retiring anytime soon.
We're trying to keep him around as long as we
He
can.
and I actually go back a pretty long way. About 30 years ago, we used to fight some wars together.
Yes, sir.
On other agencies.
Yes, sir.
That one you just heard from.
Yeah. One more personal question.
Yes, sir.
I had to ask my military expert here. I noticed on your above your pocket, is that 2 paratrooper badges?
So no, sir. So there's which badge are you referring to?
The bottom.
The one on the bottom. So that is the paratrooper badge. That's for attending the Army Airborne School, and the one beside it is the Air Assault badge. It's a different course. Another Army school.
I didn't know if I gave you another one if you fell out of a plane.
No, sir.
Just curiosity.
Yeah.
Hey, thank y'all for what you do.
Sir, thank y'all for the support. We really, really appreciate it. Couldn't do it without you.
And I hadn't seen Kinley in a long time. Last time I dealt with him, he cut my budget. When he's working at OPB.
Sir, it's exactly what I said from the beginning. Got a great team, blessed with great folks just like this, and we're only able to do it because of them and because of y'all. And we appreciate
we
it.
appreciate what you do.
Yes, sir.
I mean, National Guard's in the forefront right now in a lot of areas. I'm an old Marine Vietnam veteran, and people joined the National Guard then to avoid getting drafted and getting in the hot mix. But it's taken on a whole different perspective in the last 10, 15 years.
Yes, sir.
I've got some relatives in it that have been deployed many times. And
yes, sir. Well, we got a great bunch of young men and women that are honored to do it. So,
my brother-in-law was in the Air National Guard he was on active duty for a while, but I was pretty proud of him here recently. He was named the Military Citizen of the Year for Savannah, Chatham County, and we really had a big event down at the National Guard Armory, and he rode in the parade, and
yes, sir.
I even said some positive things about him. So.
Yes, sir.
Again, thank you.
Well, thank you all. Thank you. Okay.
I think we can get by without you for a moment.
Sir,
GBI. Again, I hate y'all had to wait so long, but corrections very obviously is got a lot of money and a lot of problems.
Well, good morning. Good morning, and I'll be brief this morning, but and for the sake of time,
That's what everybody said.
Well, I'm gonna promise you at least a little bit briefer. But for the sake of time, I'm gonna skip over the statewide changes in FY26. But within that, we know and we do appreciate the governor's providing the salary supplement for the employees. That is greatly appreciated by our agency as well. So I'll go down to Forensic Scientific Services on 30.3.2. It would be to increase funds to replace software that allows for connectivity to the federal DNA database. That's at $618,170. It is a one-time cost for the software licensing known as STACS, which is Sample Tracking and Control Systems. And then for FY27 would include ongoing maintenance costs for that as well. This software creates a more efficient operation and results in quicker processing of offender samples from submission to upload into FBI's CODIS database, which is a Combined DNA Index System. So basically what this software does is it provides and assists us in basically the first step of getting DNA processed to develop a profile that will eventually put it into the CODIS system, the national database. 30.3.3 is to reduce funds for personal services based on the actual start date of new positions. That's at 163,345. In FY26, we received funding for 2 crime lab assistant managers. They were both hired, one on July 1st and one on August the 1st. And then within that also was 3 central lab positions, which consist of 1 scientist, which was hired in will be hired on February the 16th, and Central Lab is Macon in central part of the state. 1 lab tech that will be hired on March 16th, and 1 evidence receiving tech that is currently in background and it is anticipated they'll be hired on March the 1st. Under Regional Investigative Services, 30.4.2 is increased funds to annualize 3 human trafficking positions. Those are special agent positions. That is at $294,420. In FY26, we received 6 months of funding, and this is positions that were on a grant. Previously, that grant ended August 30th of 24. So we've been spending up that funding, but neither GBI or CJCC qualifies for that grant any longer. And so this is for the remaining 6 months of FY26 that I'm referring to. Moving those positions off grant funds to state is the overall goal. 30.4.3 reduces funds for personal services based on the actual start dates of new positions as well. That's $78,185. We had 3 digital forensic investigators that delayed hiring until January, February, and March. 2 positions that are special agent positions that are on our strategic threat assessment group, which is part of GSAC, and 2 crime scene technical leaders. All of those were hired on July the 1st of this past year. And then 4 criminal intel analysts were transferred to state funds and off of grant funds due to those grant funds being eliminated as well. And then 30.4.4 would eliminate funds for one-time connectivity to the statewide gang case management system. That is at $800,000. In FY26, $200,000 was made available for us to develop an API to connect the system referred to as Formalytics to our current GBI criminal street gang database. And that is still being worked on and in the process of developing that API to connect those 2 systems together and basically have a more robust gang database within our agency to refer to. I'll go down real quick to a couple, three capital projects. 50.1.17 is additional design and construction of the Region 10 Investigative Office and Crime Scene Garage, which will be located in Conyers and Rockdale County. That's at $55 million. It provides design and construction funds to replace the current Region 10 General Investigative Office, but also that will be housed with them. In that facility, when complete, is our Metro Gang Office and our Crime Scene Garage for that area, and additional work units that are currently at headquarters, that when that facility is complete, we will co-locate at that location and free up a good bit of headquarters space in the process. 50.1.18 replaces and outfits 40 vehicles statewide at $2,520,000. That amount actually will replace 33 sworn vehicles, 2 non-sworn, and 2 admin in the pool vehicles for the agency. And then last is 50.1.19, which provides funds for equipment installation and training associated with a new statewide public safety radio network to achieve statewide interoperability. These funds, along with funds of from 25 cash bonds, which was just a little over around $4.2 million, will allow us to become a part of the statewide public safety radio system. The amount in the amended being asked for is $4,285,000. We basically had half of that money available in cash bonds from 26. This radio system will put us in operability along with what DPS GSP has, where that's really where we recognized it in a lot of the missions that we're running together and the partnerships that we have. So it'll be a great add to our fleet. But Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. If I have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I don't have many questions. I think most of them were answered yesterday. And
yes.
But what about the backlog? In the crime lab, where do we stand on that?
The overall backlog is.
I think it was answered yesterday. It
yes.
pops in my head all the time about being 49% chemistry.
Right. The chemistry backlog is currently at 69%, and we're down a little over, I don't do math well in my head, about 10% from the fall. So we've made some great strides, and that is by far the largest backlog in the lab is in this drug chemistry. And it's been a multi-pronged approach is how we've attacked that. We've attacked it with new projects on preliminary testing. We've worked closely with our prosecutors across the state for them to pull back cases that they no longer need testing. So we're not wasting time testing evidence that they're not going to do anything with. And then it's keeping scientists and hiring at every availability moment we do when we have openings. And
But
that is what is attacked.
That's not a new problem.
It's not a new problem. No, sir.
No, it's ongoing.
So that's our largest backlog.
Yeah. Y'all wouldn't have much controversy if it wasn't for the crime lab, would you? I mean, monetarily.
Right.
It's, those people are a little different, and they're very well educated, and they expect to be compensated appropriately, and it's tough to keep them when a lot of other people want them.
And it's not easy to get to us either. A lot of, a lot in their educational background is looked at. The hiring process is not easy for them. Then once, if they're chosen, there is significant testing and additional training that they go through before they actually start working cases on their own.
Yep.
And those that are there have done the job.
Any questions? Those last items were from bonds. That's
Yes.
50. I saw people looking around that couldn't find it on a sheet, but that's we've gone back. We've been paying. We've had so much money lately. We've been able to pay a lot of things in cash and haven't done much bondedness, and so we hadn't had to deal with it. But thank you. Did you get your all the safety business there at the headquarters last year? I think you were doing some technological things with the safety cameras or some new security people.
It's coming up in 27.
Okay.
Part of that, and
Okay.
part of that is to secure headquarters and have a one secure access entry point in with some added security.
Well, I remember when they built that place, and the neighborhoods changed pretty dramatically.
We had an individual right up on the front steps on a horse one day, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah. Good thing you didn't come in. Well, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is Department of Juvenile Justice.
Good morning.
Let me apologize to begin with. You know, when we had our appointment back in early December, I don't think you could make it. And I had a knee replacement this year and had blood clots. Then my wife had abdomen surgery in December, and my schedule was pretty tight. But
I understand.
if you want to meet with me here within the next couple days or so, I'd be glad to talk to you.
All right, thank
Okay.
you. I appreciate that. Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come before you today to present our AFY 2026. I'm going to kind of fast forward through my slides a little bit, just in the interest of time. I want to start by just saying thank you all. A special thank you to Governor Kemp as well for the salary supplements. That is really important to us because one thing that we've looked at recently is 55.28% of our staff make $50,000 or less. And as you can imagine, in this business, this is really difficult work, and we have a very dedicated group of men and women that work for us, that's working to rehabilitate the young people in our state. I'm going to jump right into 31.4.2. This is a request for us to increase funds for personal services due to the decreased turnover rate. As you all know, we've come before you many years talking about very high turnover rates and vacancy rates. Last year, we saw a significant decrease in that. We went from the 97.5% with our JCO series and 94% down to like 64.24%. We've seen a slight increase this year to 68%. But with that, I do say that we have to be careful. Where we want our numbers to be good, we still have to hold people accountable.
What do you attribute that to?
The slight increase.
Right.
We've had some people that we've had to terminate.
Okay.
We've also had some people that we onboarded and realized this was not a good fit for them. And that's very important because we're dealing with young people and you have to have the heart for that work. So we're requesting in our RYDC budget, because of the decrease in the turnover rate, we're requesting $2,544,806 just because we've been able to retain more staff and we need to be able to just continue the payroll and to hire throughout this FY 2026. The next item that we have is in our capital projects request. That's 50.1.20. It's Muskogee YDC, a request of $600,000. We're in the process of standing up a 56-bed housing unit on that campus, and because of that, we need to add some additional cameras. And also, this is the time for us to move away from the outdated physical servers and move to a cloud-based platform. So that's what we will use the $600,000 for. The last thing we have is 50.1.21, which is facility repairs and sustainment. We're requesting $2,833,800. For our RYDCs. We have 19 RYDCs. Majority of those YDCs were constructed between 1970 and 1990. We refer to them as aging facilities. Some of them, we should just say aged. because it's very difficult to maintain them. Right now, as I sit here, we have our facility in Waycross where we need $650,000 of this request because the sewer needs to be repaired. The laundry room is offline because of that. We also have to replace the grease trap as well as the vent hood at that facility, and the list goes on. So what this money will help us do is to just be able to meet the maintenance needs that we have to get through FY 2026. And I'll pause for any questions.
Well, we don't typically get into the bonding issues, but I was going to ask you anyway, because when we met the year before last, I recollect how many infrastructure projects that, and the age of your facilities and some of the things you need so dramatically. But, you know, last year we got with corrections, and they had so many problems. Once we tried to fix them, and we didn't even get the amount of money that we wanted for them, but there wasn't much left over. And
right.
I hate for you to be second best, but federal judge in Macon is watching us pretty closely. So,
I understood.
But we certainly appreciate what you do with, you know, with some people that you say you got to have a heart for it, but sometimes they can be difficult to deal with, and not everybody can do that job, and nor wants to.
Yeah.
And so, any questions? Representative Lynn.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of questions. One is, how many JCOs do you currently employ? And then compare that to how many do you actually need, whether the positions are posted or not?
Get back with that. We have to get back with you on
Okay,
those.
gotcha. Okay. And then my second question is, looking forward, do you have any sense of projections, in speaking of the need for space JCOs, 2-3 years down the line, of the population you all serve significantly changing? Do you have any sense of the trends on what that will look like?
So with the way that, just in general, our country, the way that we are trending right now, we will probably continue to see the numbers remain pretty consistent. We serve 11,000 young people on average daily. Now, majority of those young people, approximately 9,900, a little over normally, are actually served in the community. The rest of them are served in secure facilities. So that means that they have done some pretty horrendous things. And the way that we're trending right now, those numbers have been holding there over the last few years since we did reform, juvenile justice reform.
And then that ratio between kind of in the community and in the facilities, that will also, in your projection, remain the same?
Pretty much,
Gotcha.
yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. And
Have a good week.
give my secretary a call if you want to come over and discuss some of the infrastructure needs.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Sure. Department of Law. I hope y'all hadn't been waiting out there the whole time to go through this one item.
No, we timed our arrival from next door. It was fairly easy. Good morning. I'm Wright Banks. I'm the Chief Deputy Attorney General, and I'm appearing for A.G. Carr here today. He has a conflict this morning. Travis Johnson, our Chief of Staff, is with me, and Jordan Watson, who is our Director of External Affairs and Policy, is also here with me. Ours is fairly simple. For our budget, we have a 3311 in the General Law Department budget. We have the increase for the $2,000 one-time payment, which our employees are all very appreciative of and positive about. We have a small reduction in 3312, which relates to some human trafficking and gang positions we were given last year, and we had a little bit of a delay. The hiring market's not the easiest market, and so we had a little bit of delay in bringing some of those folks on board, and so that's an amount that would go back from us. And then corresponding in the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, which is 75% federal funded, we have the increase there to pick up the $2,000 payment for our employees. And that is really about it for us.
I'm sure we have some questions. What about, what's your retention like after the last 3 years of enhanced?
So we've seen our, I spoke a little bit about this yesterday at our budget here, big budget hearing, and we've seen our lawyer situation get better. Our overall turnover rate is going down. We peaked, we peaked back in 23 at about a 19% turnover rate with a staff of in the high 300s. So we were almost 20% turnover. This year, 2025, we think we're at about low teen percentages. So we've seen that come down. The lawyer situation has gotten better for us, still challenging. Hard to hire litigators, hard to hire prosecutors sometimes. It's easier outside of Atlanta than it is in Atlanta. But the 3 years is certainly appreciated and has been very helpful to us. So we think we've seen some improvement. This will be an issue, though. Atlanta's a tough legal market, and we sit here and we're up against 33 years ago when I started in the AG's office. They talked about the salary in our office compared to the salary in the largest law firm in town, and we were at 70% of what they paid starting. And now we talk about, gosh, we're trying to compete with the local governments and local hires and our own clients, and it's a tough government market.
Oh yeah, and I see it in other agencies. In the State Patrol was the first time I've ever seen troopers leave and go to local agencies.
Right, I've heard about that.
Yeah, better pay and better retirement.
Right. Other agencies that have a large professional staff, not necessarily lawyers, have mentioned to me they see the same challenges, I think.
Well, I see it. I'm from Savannah, and the market there is pretty tough too. It's
right.
If you're a good attorney, you do well.
Yes.
But I worked at CJCC many years ago, and we were hiring people fresh out of law school to prosecute drug cases, and as assistant DAs, and I think we were paying them $35,000 a year, and I just couldn't imagine going to college for 4 years and law school for 3 years and passing the bar and working for $35,000 a year when you probably owed $200,000 in debt for school.
Right. The debt situation is dramatic for a lot of young lawyers. They come and they say, I would love to work here, or I love working here.
Well, I stole about 3 attorneys from you when I was.
Well, I hope we trained them well.
One particularly did us a great job.
Okay.
I still interact with her from time to time. So, what about some of your activities with regard to gangs and?
We've done I think a great job with a gang unit that we started in 2022.
I see some of the news. Some of the press is pretty good.
We've got a presence around the state. We're in Savannah now. We have a presence in Augusta, presence down in Macon. Of course, we're here in Atlanta. Then we're down in Southwest Georgia. We're also out in Southeast Georgia in that area. I think our gang unit has prosecuted successfully about 120 folks since startup, which is a pretty good track record. Been very active. This is just an example, but been very active over in Athens, and in prosecuting some gang cases there. And you've seen reported shootings. All those numbers are going down there, which tells you can have a real impact in these places. And as AG Carr always says, our jurisdiction is, we don't have any exclusive prosecutorial jurisdiction, and we try to work as a force multiplier and come in and help where we can and prosecute where we can and try to have an impact.
Well, if you were here earlier for the corrections presentation, it's very obvious that they're putting a lot of gang members in prison because they've got some real issues with gangs in prisons now, and the 3 murders the other day in prison were gang activity.
Right.
So,
right.
But I'd rather them be doing it in there than doing it out in the public. So.
Right. Yeah, I saw the reports of those those events in Washington County and then over in Hancock, I think the next day.
Yep, and then, they may even be related, they're unsure, but,
Right.
But gang activity is pretty severe, and
I think you would find that places you would say places you wouldn't think it, I wouldn't think there'd be a gang problem there, and
well, sometimes they locate where in low-key areas just for that
right
probability of getting caught there, they believe is much less. So.
Right. You see an uptick in violence in a place that doesn't have much violence,
and they're very mobile.
That's going to be a common thread. I think you're right.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you mentioned, and you mentioned it before, that it's come to the point where it can be difficult to compete even with local governments. Have you all done, well, let me ask it this way. Can you provide us, not right now, but can you provide us a comparator of how your salary schedule for the different levels compare with the markets on public defenders, ADAs, county attorneys, local government attorneys? Because we hear what you're saying, and we'd love to be able to see how competitive it is.
Sure, and I can tell you offhand that I think we certainly will provide you some information. I can tell you offhand that our starting lawyer salary for a new lawyer is about $75,000, which we got to that with the support of the General Assembly and Governor Kemp over the 3-year period where we poured some money into our salary structure to get from the low 60s. But I can tell you that if you go look up a vacancy for a new lawyer right out of school, starting at a large metropolitan county in the county attorney's office, say, Fulton, Cobb, DeKalb, they're going to pay over 90. That's going to be standard. I think I'm confident of that.
Is that McDonald?
It's me.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. We were talking about gangs with corrections.
Right.
And we got gangs in prisons, but one of the things that's feeding the gangs with cell phones and the drones. In my district, we have a lot of trouble with the drones, the people that are flying the drones, taking them in, and then they get locked up by the local jails, the sheriff's departments, and having a lot of difficulty getting them out, either bonded out or put to trial date or whatever. Is there something that we could work on to expedite this a little quicker? Because these counties are getting drowned in some of these prison areas with these folks that are coming in from all over the country, flying these drones in to drop this contraband. Can you elaborate on that a little bit to see if something could be done to help these counties?
Right. Well, I've heard a little bit about this topic. I think that when the person gets arrested, say by the local sheriff, because they're trying to put something in a prison by a drone, they get in the sheriff's jail, then nobody bonds them out. They're stuck there. So typically that person is going to be in the local prosecution system. Whereas, so either if it's a misdemeanor, the local solicitor, if you have one, is going to get it, or if it's a felony, or if you have no solicitor, the local DA is going to get the prosecution of that case. If no one bonds them out, they're going to be stuck there, We would have jurisdiction if you had a gang-related matter. If it was a gang case, that would be our easiest connection into something like that. But we're going to have that issue, and additional resources on potentially the prosecution side. Say I don't work for PAC, but I think this hits them and their folks more directly than it's the AG's office. In that they're the local DA or the local solicitor are typically the ones that the file ends up in their office in most cases. Now, if it's a gang prosecution and it was ours, we would certainly try to move it along as fast as we could, but if they don't bond out, that issue is certainly there.
Yeah, it's a terrible problem on small counties that are having. I got one county that's got over 50% of that jail population are related to
the local prison.
Local prison.
Right.
And I was open to state. I might tap back in with you to see if we can use you in your office as a thinking point to all the agencies that you just mentioned that might need to get together and come up with a comprehensive plan to say, if they commit a crime against a prison like that, find a quicker way to get them out of these jails, because we're working now on trying to see if we can get some kind of funding for these jails to offset that kind of thing. That's very expensive.
Sure, and I would assume it fills up the jail.
Oh, well, it does, and
Right.
then, and you know, I have this thing, you know, you may have a teenager gets locked up for speed and reckless driving, he's in there, and you got somebody that's a professional criminal in there. That's
Right.
not a good thing in a
Right.
small jail. So I appreciate that thought, that if we could possibly work together to get this, get them out of there quicker.
Certainly.
Or the state, I think, needs to step up and put some funding in that if they're committing a crime against a prison like that. I really do.
Certainly understand. We're certainly always glad to talk with, and we talk with all these players all the time, and would certainly be glad to participate in
Sure
anything,
would appreciate it.
anything we needed to.
Thank you.
No further questions. We appreciate your testimony and
Thank you.
wish you the best.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate being here.
Department of Public Safety.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Public Safety Committee. It's an honor for us to be here today, and I'm thankful to have the opportunity to speak with you. We'll jump right in. Using your tracking sheets for the governor's budget recommendations, DPS is on page 13 for the amended 26. And just like everybody, we appreciate the governor's recommendation for the one-time supplement of $2,000 for our full-time employees. In field offices and services, line 39.5.2, the transfer of $1 million for the protection of community funds to GEMA on line 2. We began this initiative with the House and Senate liaisons, and we're prepared to go live with it at this point. But we're happy to transition that work over to GEMA and help them implement it if that's a desire. On line 39.5.3, we also support the governor's recommendation to provide funds for the ballistic helmet radio patches of $180,000. We received the helmets in amended 25. With the recommended funds, this equipment will provide clear communication during intense situations. They'll be especially helpful as we prepare for protests that we're seeing and for the FIFA World Cup that will come and we'll support. Next, we'll move to the governor's recommendation for bond funds. In amended 26, it's on line 50.1.22, but we support the $16 million to replace our DPS vehicles. This includes the outfitting and of equipment of the vehicles. It also allows us to replace our vehicles when they hit 135,000 miles. We support the $15 million on line 50.1.23 to design, construct, and equip a new K-9 facility at DPS headquarters property. With the growth of our K-9 unit, it now includes 52 K-9 teams. We need a location within the state to conduct the training not only for our K-9 teams, but for other jurisdictions as well. And this facility will provide training for various disciplines, odor detection, where they specialize in narcotics or explosive materials, article detection, where they look for items that are lost or discarded, such as firearms, keys, or other evidentiary items, and human tracking to locate suspects or missing persons by scent. And the apprehension simulation utilizes a catch and hold technique to safely detain a suspect till troopers or officers can effect an arrest. The facility would provide support the evolving needs of the unit and enhance readiness through the following features: a larger secure training area, a modifiable shoot house to support modern realistic training scenarios to prepare K-9 teams for complex high-risk environments, a state-of-the-art boarding facility, expanded office and storage space for the growing unit, K-9 conditioning and rehabilitation, a large fenced outdoor area for training and conditioning and daily exercise. Again, the K-9 facility will not only support DPS, but we currently have 43 entities that trains with us. Not at one time, we only do 5 at a time, but that's how many units do train with us. That includes people like DNR, County Sheriff's departments and police departments. We actually have 2 Tennessee departments that come down and train as well. And due to the specialized training of the initial certification, that training will remain where it currently is with people that specialize in that. We would only be doing training at our facility that would be recertification training or our yearly required training to get them recertified. And I'd like to thank everybody. That's all I have. I'd like to thank you for your time and try to keep it short, so I'll be more than willing to answer any questions.
I've had several questions already about $15 million for a canine unit. How large is that going to be?
Well, we're in the early stages of designing it. Do you remember the initial square footing? We really have just thrown out the concept of what we want, and but what will be in there is the area for officers and that we need a large training area. And when I say a shoot house, essentially what we're talking about is an area with modified walls that you can move it and do different training, where you can come in and bring the dogs in to climb through windows. SWAT team can come in with their canine, do training. You can move it around so you can do odor detection. So you'll get more out of that than currently, like what they have now is a garage area that is just wide open.
Yeah, I think most of the people that have commented on it and I didn't. I had no idea what it entailed. Right. I just thought it was going to be a building that you kept dogs in at night and fed them. And
well, and the canines are a little bit like aviation. When you start dealing with, they're expensive. But it'll have kennel housing where you can house them in there, and you also have to make sure that they have air conditioning during the summer months. It'll have areas like a treadmill that if they do get injured, they can come in and get their exercise and rehabilitate them.
Well, I've endured a couple of questions too about why you keep your vehicles running at the Capitol. Why they're sitting outside, nobody's in them, and very obviously their canine units and dogs are in there. In the summertime, you never encountered any type of mad people until you let a dog suffocate in there, and it becomes public.
And one of my pet peeves is a running vehicle, and you can ask the troopers as I go to patrol posts, but I don't see how we do it with the canines.
You got to do it with canines. And they understand once you explain it to them. But Chairman McDonald.
Thank you, Colonel, for all the work you do and your team. Appreciate y'all. I enjoy working with you on different policy moves. So we've heard from corrections. The big thing questions that come from this is cell phones, drones that are in our prison system. What are the talents of these canines? What are they? The things that they can detect? I know different canines do different things.
Right.
So what is the I don't want to say species of detection, but
well, they can do narcotics, they can do firearms, they can do any type of explosives, and then they also can do human scent. So not every dog can do that. They are specially trained in certain areas. So like here, most of the dogs we have here are EOD canines for that reason. Then you'll have what we've gone to out in the field are dual purpose canines. So you may have a EOD canine that can be a patrol dog as well, or which is the dogs that do the catch and hold that go out and chase down the bad guy that's running away. And catch and hold is they bite them and hold them till we get there.
Is there a dog that can find cell phones?
Not that I know of. I'm not saying there isn't. We don't have one that can.
Correction. Okay. That's what I was just saying. Yeah. With this investment that y'all are making, some cross training on that one issue that right. They said I think they got 27 canines in corrections, and y'all got 59, which 86. If we could do some cross training and train these dogs, and then use that as training going in these correctional facilities right. and do stings throughout the state without them knowing it, and just clean some of this up, they're going to need to get the contraband back in, and that just enables corrections and the local law enforcement to catch others. But right. I mean, if this talent is out there, I think it'd be a good selling point that with this facility that there's going to be some hopefully cross training yep. to help our correction system.
And corrections will be open to any state, local agencies. Obviously, the building would be there for us to use first, but we would invite all those. That is a very tight-knit group, canine people. Y'all probably see it here if we have a bomb threat here. Our EODs will come, but the people that we train with come as well, so it helps us do all the rooms quicker, get back to functioning And we do the same thing. If they have something, some of our canine, we don't leave this place empty, but we'll send one or two to go help them as well. So it's a tight-knit group. Absolutely, they would have the ability to use that for the training. And I'll reach out to the commissioner and see who they get to train theirs for the cell phone use, because we obviously, what we're doing now is not one of our primary things, but if we could help corrections with it, we could certainly do that. and
Well,
train
you
our
were just
people.
talking about the dual-trained dog,
Right.
and, that's cross-trained. It would be nice. It doesn't seem like that would be the hardest thing to train a dog to do is connect.
They just have to find whatever that specific scent is and train them on it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Representative Lynn?
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Chair. You mentioned, with respect to the ballistic helmet radio patches, FIFA World Cup, could you just, for our knowledge, elaborate a little bit more on DPS's role in security during the World Cup coming up?
What we've been asked to do so far is provide the escorts for the team, VIPs, officials, those types of things. So when they leave the hotels, we'll take them to the venue areas, escort them back. Our aviation and SWAT team has also been asked. We're still in the planning phase, so I feel like there will be an ask for our folks to help with security, either outside the stadium or either the soccer fans like to have marches from an area to the stadium where they do parades and all. Those can be pretty large if you'll look at them online. I feel like there'll be an ask there to have some IRT teams to help with that.
And just a quick follow-up is, obviously I'm going to assume that there will be collaboration, coordination with local governments, law enforcements. Is there a planned federal role in security for FIFA?
Yes, and they've been ongoing for well over a year. They meet regularly. They have a meeting cadence that they meet. We send our people over there. They meet locally with the local people, those that will actually come in from local agencies as well, and the federal folks are all in those meetings. So they're collaborating very well.
Okay, that's it. Tell your mama I was good to you.
I'll pass it on. Thank you very much.
Post Council. I guess you've been there well over a year now as the
Yes, sir,
director,
just over a year. It's a great place to work, great place to serve the citizens of Georgia.
I was on there 12 years. I have a sense of how much consternation you encountered there. So.
A little bit. We're all trying to move the ball in the same direction, though. Good morning. My name is Chris Harvey. I'm the Executive Director of the Georgia Post Council, and it's my pleasure to be meeting with you this morning to talk about some budget requests for Post. I'll start with acknowledging and expressing gratitude to the governor for the $2,000 salary increase that's on 3991. Our team works very hard for the citizens of Georgia, and we appreciate the recognition of that effort. Moving down to 39.9.2, our rent increased at our headquarters in Austell, and it increased as a result of an incident that happened in June. We had an officer who was on probation who came to our office and assaulted two of our investigators. I've got some still photographs that sort of illustrate the severity of the attack that I'd be happy to share. Julie Bradley, who was she just retired, she was our operations director. She was meeting in our lobby with this officer who had been placed on probation by the council, and they were talking about the conditions of probation, and he just basically snapped, and you can see from the photograph, he reared back and basically knocked her out momentarily. The second picture is Patricia Smith, who was another investigator who was trying to get control of him after that. You see Julie Bradley in the corner recovering. And then the third picture is just outside of our office where the officer is trying to take Patricia Smith's gun from her. Fortunately, we were able to, it happened at a time where we had a number of people in the office, and they were able to intervene, bring him into custody. Austell assisted, and he's currently in jail in Cobb County awaiting trial on felony charges. We met with the city after that, and the city provided some upgrades to the building, including security doors, protective film on the glass outside of the building. Mr. Chairman, you're familiar with the building. They took out some of the exterior doors, and it's always been an issue with the legislature and the Post Council that it's not a state-owned building, so the state has been reluctant to provide physical upgrades. The city did this on their own. They raised our rent, I think, about $1 a square foot. We're still paying just over $6 a square foot, which I've spoken with GBA several times, and I mean that's nothing. So we think that's a pretty good trade-off for enhanced security. When we come back in the next 27 budget, we're going to have a few more asks, but that's the reason for the very slight upgrade in rent, and I think it's well worth it for the security of our people. Had that officer, and I can tell you, had he gotten that gun from Patricia Smith, we'd probably have at least 2 dead post investigators, and he was going to get it. Fortunately, we had enough people that could respond and take him into custody. The other item is 3993, and this is to provide funds for a content management service. And this is essentially a digital report writing and repository system. I brought with me today, just because I think it's always better to show rather than tell. This is one case file for a post investigation. Not a particularly notable investigation. We have some that are much larger, we have some that are smaller, but this is fairly average. You see all the paper. We have no electronic management system to deal with this. We've been working with our IT folks, and Box.com has a system whereby we can essentially reduce all this to digital. It'll be something that can be shared across every person that we give access to in the agency, as well as members of the council, so that they can better evaluate. They can see these kinds of pictures, they can see videos. It really is a critical need we have. The other issue with all this paper is it's got to go somewhere, and our record room is just bursting at the seams. So if we could go to this Box.com system, we could essentially, from this point forward, become a nearly paperless system, and so we could end the storage issue that we've got, and we can really move our investigations and data sharing. We'll get better coverage, better exposure for the council members, so they can see things when we present cases. It's just something that we just absolutely really need. I think it's very reasonably priced, and it's something that is frankly past due for post. So I appreciate your consideration of that request. The other thing I'll mention is that in the capital funds, we've got $105,000 to replace 3 vehicles. We have 11 full-time investigators, and then we have curriculum developers, auditors, and they travel all throughout the state, as you're well aware, doing their investigations. And so we've got 3 vehicles that need to be replaced. So we are appreciative of your consideration of that request. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about any of this stuff.
Was the young lady permanently damaged?
She broke her finger. Fortunately, she sustained a small bone break in her cheek, but amazingly, she bounced right back. And I got to say, from the position in picture number 2, she's back in the fight in picture number 3. So I give her a lot of credit. Both investigators responded very bravely, and the other investigators that responded did well too. So we're grateful that, and we actually have this on video. And when you see you can tell from the picture the ferocity that he went from simply standing there to rearing back and punching her. So it was a very, very scary, potentially very, very dangerous situation.
And most people don't realize the emotional content in some of those when people are about to lose their post-certification and
correct,
their livelihood.
Yeah, we don't always make everyone happy,
No.
as you're well aware. And frankly, he just got probation, so he would have been able to continue to work. I don't know what And it wasn't we had video of the minutes preceding that. It wasn't a particularly contentious conversation. We don't have the audio from it, but they were having a conversation. He went to pick up his stuff and just lost it.
We have any questions for the director? Well, let me ask, the $24,500, is that the entire cost of that system?
Yes, sir.
That's not the first.
That will get it up and running. There will be annual costs, but that's.
But there, I guess it's due primarily to the number of people you have. It's we get it, ask things like that for corrections, or they got 10,000 employees. The cost runs up a little bit.
Yeah, fortunately we have a few less than corrections.
Yeah, well, we used to have a judiciary in here too, and they've converted everything to digital, and that was pretty costly.
Yeah, but it's so valuable for us to be able to have somebody, because all our investigators work remotely, and for them to be able to share a video when they're doing, especially some of the more higher profile investigations, they're able to go out and actually what this will also allow agencies to do is it will allow agencies to directly upload stuff into this. So that should reduce our need to go out. But an investigator that gets a file uploaded from a local police or sheriff's department that we're interested in, he can call me up and say, hey, go log on and I'll show you the body cam video of this incident that we're looking at, and we can see it in seconds.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hate you had to sit back there so long for such a short presentation, but
happy to serve however I'm requested. Hope you all stay warm this weekend.
I've lost my list here. Here we go. Firefighter standards and training. I see him sitting back there. Mr. Mayor.
I don't know if I answer to that anymore, sir.
He used to be the mayor of Warner Robins.
I call myself a recovering politician, so just for the record. Thank you for allowing me to be here today, and this will be very, very brief. In fact, you'll wonder why I even came here. But I think way too often, and I do appreciate the time, I think I was in a fire station yesterday in Henry County, and it struck me that there was 5 firefighters in there, and the longest one that had been in the fire service was 15 years, and he had no idea what Georgia Firefighter Standards, and even he didn't, what Georgia Firefighter Standards and Training Council really does. And I think that way too often people don't, and so I've been here for almost 4 years as the executive director of Georgia Firefighter Standards and Training. I have a little over 40 years in the fire service total, and of course I had 8 years over on the other side as mayor of the city of Warner Robins. So it's been quite a career that I've had, but I have been trying over the last 4 years to teach and tell people what it is this agency does. And so I would just like to take that opportunity. I do have a request. I have a strange request, and that is that we are really fine in our agency, and we really do a lot of work done, get a lot of work done with what we have. I think there's a need for something, if not now, very soon, that I'll share with you while I share with you the information I'd like to share. So the one thing I think I want to start with is we are the testing and certifying agency. So we're called Georgia Firefighter Standards and Training Council, but we don't really train. The Fire Academy and other agencies throughout the state, they actually do the training, and then we test and certify those that have been trained. We do a little bit of training, but not very much. We actually train the people who do the testing, especially the skills testing, through an evaluator class. But when I stood before y'all the first time in 22, I think, we were still in the process of doing paper testing, and we were still doing bubble sheets and grading on a Scantron. And that year, we tested and graded that whole year, 2022, all we did was paper testing for firefighters throughout the state. And I'll tell you in a minute how many that encompasses. So there was 2,720 tests that year. 2,720 tests. So a little less than 3,000 tests were tested and graded that year. Thanks to the state, we were allowed to go onto the ACADA system. Back behind me, I have Christina Tipton, who was a Northwest Georgia Safety and Compliance Specialist when I hired her in June of '22. And she asked if she could take over the ACADA system, and she's done an awesome job. And I'll just give you some example of what an awesome job has been done. We now tested in 2025, instead of 2,720 tests given and graded, we did 17,912 tests. And you're wondering if you heard me correctly, 17,912 tests. We've done since since the end of May of 23, when we did away with paper testing altogether, and we only do online testing. We've done a total of 47,766 tests for the state of Georgia Fire Service. In the fire service, we also have done through maybe 100% through Ms. Tipton. We also have national pro qualifications in actually 32 different levels of national pro qualifications with national. So when they get qualified, when they get certified in the state, they can also get nationally credited to be able to either go out of state, which we don't like, or come into this state with their NPQ status. She's also prepared and emailed 8,961 NPQ, which is national certification as well. So what does that mean? In the system in Georgia, we have 34,670 fire personnel in the state of Georgia that we oversee with Georgia Firefighter Standards and Training Council. There are 12,000, this was asked last year, there are 12,695 firefighters or fire personnel represented within career departments. So the next number I'm going to tell you is a little bit hard to figure, but there's another 12,775 fire personnel represented in combination departments, and that is career and volunteer. So it's hard to tell sometimes because some of those departments have a paid chief and the rest of them are volunteers. So it's probably a little more towards the volunteer side, but there's 12,775 in the combination departments, and then 11,712 in volunteer departments alone. And so in that, we also have a Pathways program, which is pretty exciting. That is, in high school, students can go through the Pathways program with the Career Academy and come out and be fully ready to be certified and get on a department. And we see that's very, very successful with the Board of Education in the state of Georgia in partnership with us. And right now we have 376 students in the Pathways program that'll come out of high school and be ready to be certified. Completely ready to be certified. We have 523 fire departments in the 159 counties that we serve. There's a little over somewhere around 3,500 fire stations made up in that 523 fire departments. And we try our goal, which is where I get to my either current ask or my future ask. And that is the goal is to cover every one of those fire departments, every one of those fire stations, and every training record for every fire personnel in the state of Georgia in a one-year period of time. Y'all have been gracious. A couple years ago, y'all gave me 2 new personnel, which are on site now. They're actually doing the work. So whereas the state of Georgia was covered by 4 safety and compliance specialists throughout the state, we now have 6, which is still a pretty big deal. So I have a I have the north and west, northwest, south, northeast. I think y'all get the point. I split the state in half, and now I have a north central and a south central. So we have 6 people now out doing 523 departments with over 3,500 fire stations and checking that many training records. What my goal has always been, is to grow this agency. And we had 10 people when I got here. We recently put on another individual that's going to handle the fireworks tax grant. I'd love to talk to you offline sometime to tell you how great the fireworks tax grant is, because it helps a lot of the smaller departments, volunteer departments, and some of the smaller career departments get the necessary means they need to try to lower their ISO ratings. That's what the fireworks tax grant's all about. My office administers that, and the committee allowed me to take the administrative cost and hire an individual that is going to administer that grant, and that way my executive assistant will have the opportunity to do all of the other work she does. So I have an incredible staff of now 13 individuals that we do that all over the state. We take care of the whole state of Georgia. And I would be simply asking for three things. I would ask for one new personnel, one new safety and compliance specialist to cover the metro area. I would split the metro area up, the big departments in there, and hand that over to one person. And then that way everybody else would have a chance to cover their areas more efficiently. Because right now, we've covered, I would guess, because the numbers I have are 24, 25 numbers. We did 380 site visits, which is checking the apparatus, the equipment, and the train records in a year's time. And I want to get to the point where we check every department, everything, once a year. And I think if I could break that metro area up with one person, I think we would get closer to that goal. That would be, with salary and fringe, it would be $107,520 to cover the salary and the fringe for that person. And then I would need one new vehicle. We've been going with Kia Sorrentos. The reason I go with a Sorrento, it would need to be something, either a Sorrento or a vehicle that size, because they also carry computers with them. Most of them have 20 laptop computers that they take, and they actually administer tests throughout the state to departments throughout the state. And I have those numbers somewhere, don't I? Is the test given? No? Anyway, they each one of them deliver tests throughout the departments throughout their region. So I would need, I'm asking for $50,000 for the vehicle, which would give me the vehicle and the maintenance cost, maintenance and fuel cost, and then another $10,000 for the computer equipment that a safety and compliance specialist for their own region would need to have the computer, the charging station, which they actually keep at home and they charge on their own dime, and then the carrying case for the computers themselves. So that's who we are. We have a really, really, really large mission in the state of Georgia. Most people don't know who we are. For 4 years, I've been telling y'all, I think you probably understand it, but we have a great work that we do for the state of Georgia. We make sure everybody stays in compliance. Mr. Chairman, we've also helped Chatham County a great deal. Chatham County and Liberty County a great deal, and we're still working on them, but they were in a bad way when I first got here, and the county's taken over them, and so we're still working with them. But, you know, there was a place in Liberty County that we actually had to suspend and shut them down for a while, Midway, and Midway did a great job working with us and working with a consultant to get back up and running. So they are back online as a fire department now. So we have some issues throughout the state, believe it or not. Not all firefighters are pure, as I am. I never got in any trouble, Representative, but we got a lot of problems that we have to deal with, compliance issues and stuff like that. But that's what we're about, and I would field any questions.
Well, I appreciate it, and I know you've done a good job, and I think a couple of years ago we bought you some vehicles and trailers,
yes,
and we've got a mixed department at home, and some of the volunteers are very happy that finally they've been able to get some training and be tested and get some certifications when before. And when I was the Homeland Security Director, I just remember that 70% of the firefighters in Georgia at that time were volunteers, right. and you know, they always felt like they got left out. They responded to fires and did what they could, but as far as professional attributes, right. they got very little. So the other thing is we typically don't fund new positions, right. in supplemental.
Right.
So, you know, when we do,
no, I understand.
We do the regular budget, you might come back again.
Yes, sir.
And
that was my comment up front. It was probably going to be a weird request because it's for the future, maybe. And I said in my comment that we're actually fine and we're doing a great job, and we're going to keep doing what we do. I got people that are very qualified, a lot of years involved in the fire service, and actually Ms. Tipton actually fought fire for 10 years in Douglas County. So I got a lot of experience in my agency that I'm very proud of. So,
is that you, Alan?
Me.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir.
You serve my passion, as you know.
Yes, sir.
Is there a shortage of fire personnel in the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir. There always is, especially volunteers. My saying is that it's hard enough to get people to volunteer to usher in church, much less run into burning buildings. So it's always going to be an ongoing issue. I think we have helped as an agency when you look at just the numbers of testing and certifying and the quickness of them getting their scores in.
because with the Acatus online platform, they hit the submit button and they get their score right there and it goes into the system. So I think we've helped with some of the shortage issue in trying to get people certified and online faster than before, but we're always going to be working on that, especially in the volunteer world, which is why throughout the state you're seeing more and more departments go to some kind of paid, usually a combination and trying to grow into a more paid. But yes, sir, there's always a shortage of firefighters, and but I think we've seen a significant difference over the last few years.
Well, I went through that in Forsyth County, from the all-volunteer to the shift worker program to a full-time shift worker program. So,
yeah, she did just tell me to mention the volunteer committee. So we recently established, there was a volunteer council that was in place that never really got used. And so they did away with, the legislators did away with the volunteer council, which I thought was a good idea because I didn't have the staff or the funding to support another council. And so we did recently we established a volunteer committee under council. And I have one person from every region in the state represented on that committee. And we met recently with some really good ideas on how to help volunteers get quicker where they need to be.
well, the question I asked for is getting to my main question is, what is the relationship of the council with our correctional system?
Oh, wow.
You know, the support that do y'all give them, and that's important. I think there are 32 correctional fire departments around the state. Something, my first piece of legislation I carried as a state representative, which was not liked by a lot of fire departments, was setting, and this was done by Dr. Jean Summer, Mercer Medical. She was pushing this, is to be able to teach EMT to these 32, to these men that they're at a station 24, 7 days a week, 365 a year, and responding in these rural areas where you say our problems are with volunteers. Why can't we, I know there's a national board that oversees these tests, and there's, of course, there's two types of EMTs, you know, there's the basic, and then you got your intermediate and advanced, and why can we not teach this to our inmates? They're already trustees. They've been vetted. I don't, in talking to corrections, they rarely have an issue with these that are serving in these, but they're serving in a vital part in rural Georgia with interstates and responding to these calls, but they don't have that EMT training. At least start the training while they're sitting around and train these guys and give them an opportunity, because to come to Forsyth County and be a fireman and have that career, you got to be minimum of an EMT. But under our current system, they cannot do that. But the law I changed allows them, but then you got to figure out how to get the national board. So there's just a hurdle for these guys.
Yeah, and I think that's unfortunately it's a hurdle I recognize, but it's probably not one that I have I could be a whole lot of assistance in, is that we only do the fire side. We understand that most of fire service now is EMT related, medical calls and car wrecks and all that kind of stuff, but we don't actually have anything to do with the medical testing. We only do firefighter testing. But I will tell you this, as far as the inmate program for firefighting, it's one of the best things that we have. I served as mayor for 7 of those years. I served on the Firefighter Standards and Training Council. And it was always a pleasure to see an inmate come in that had gone through the program, got out and found a department that wanted them and brought them before council, and we were able to vote on allowing them to start in the fire service. So I think that's good. I think that Commissioner Oliver and I could have more of a conversation about what I could do to help him with the firefighters that are already in the program to help them get the medical training they need, which is a vital part of the fire service nowadays. So I would be glad to do that. I know Commissioner Oliver and he and I are talking about other things as well as the fire program. So
I'd love for you to make that, that effort, because that is you could have that influence, just like I might have influence on these 4 other people here about that in the new position and the new car. So
I think one other thing is there seemed to be a problem with I don't know, but the Lee Arundel prison, which is the Women's Institution.
That's where it started.
And they have a program there, and I was afraid I heard Commissioner Oliver say something about it was in danger or something, so I want to talk to him about that anyway. So,
Buddy Brooks was the original person that started this journey of
Right.
correctional firefighting at Alto or
Right.
Lee Arringdale.
it's a great program.
I look forward to you participating. I'd love to talk further with you on
Yes,
this
sir.
because I was passionate about it when I did it. It was a tough climb for me to get it across the finish line, but it's just kind of fizzled. And I think it's important that we push this a little bit further.
Yes, sir. I'll give him a call.
There are no further questions, so we appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir.
I thought you said it was going to be quick, but
It was Representative McDonald took us. I was quick. It was the
well,
questions.
thank you for what you do. I think
Yes, sir.
you're well thought of, particularly by the volunteers across the state for what you've done.
That's nice to hear. Thank you, sir. Thank you all very much.
Georgia Public Safety Training Center. I left it all to you, huh?
I'm sorry. I do have a small card. Thank you.
These lottery cards?
I wish.
We're ready.
Okay, good morning. I appreciate being able to be here today and speak to you. Director Wigington sends his regards for not being here. He is on his way back to Georgia from a conference out west, so his plane is landing after 2. We do appreciate the governor's add of the $2,000 salary, one-time salary supplement at 39.10.1. The next line is 3910.2, provide funds for a new Metro Academy in Austell, effective 11/3/2025. The North Central Law Enforcement Academy closed. That was run by Cobb County Sheriff's Office, and they closed at the beginning of fiscal year 2026, and it left us in a lurch. Our other locations were already at capacity, and they could not accommodate the students that typically came to that location. So this will prop up that facility. We actually started the first class on November the 3rd, so it's about 11 weeks into their first session. 20 students started out in that particular class. This request will fund 7 positions. The governor's recommendation was to start funding the budget, start funding the positions effective April the 1st. We're currently utilizing instructors from our other locations, just kind of temporarily placing them there to run that academy. But this would fund 4 Instructor 3 positions, 1 Instructor 4 position, which is a supervisor, 1 training manager, and then an administrative support position. The other costs are operational costs, including IT costs, uniforms, training equipment, simunitions, and ammunition. The rent for that facility, we will be in the Thread Mill complex. Well, that's actually where we're at. OPB had allowed us to use the $150,000 that was normally allocated for North Central, that was funneled through us. We are using that for the rent. So there shouldn't be any rent needs moving forward because we have the $150,000, and it is just for fiscal year 26. For not even the full year, it's $141,200. The other $8,800 we're putting towards the cost of training for this class that's going on right now. The next line is 39.10.3. That one, as well as 3910.4 and 3910.5, we were up for renewal for our regional academies that are currently located on college campuses. All 3 of those we've been in negotiations with Board of Regents and the particular universities to try to get these rents, the new rental agreements in place. The first one is for Tifton. That one we actually did move into a new space on the ABAC campus. The square footage is increasing from 4,810 up to 9,732, which will better accommodate our academy classes. That 25,931 will cover the increase in the rent starting for June 1st, July 1st through June 30th, as well as the increase in the space allocation. The next one is the Columbus Academy. That one, we did not move any locations. That square footage is 10,500 square feet, but the rent did increase to $6 a square foot with a 3% escalation annually. So the $14,025 is the difference between what we were paying versus what we are paying for this fiscal year and moving forward. Then the next one is our Rome Academy. That's up on the Georgia Highlands campus, and that one we just moved into a new space with that one. The renegotiated rent was an increase in the square footage, the price per square foot cost, as well as increasing from it was about 3,467 square feet all the way up to 6,964, which will better accommodate the training space there. We do have 3 cash-funded bond projects that are in the budget. It's 50.1.25. The first one is repairs to the wastewater treatment plant, much-needed repairs, to the tune of $4,587,000. The next is 50.1.26. This is repairs to the pit maneuver training areas, which is actually conducted on the high-speed track. It's left ruts on the sides of the high-speed track that are quite dangerous if a vehicle leaves the roadway and hits it, it could possibly flip the vehicle. Those repairs are $750,000. And then the third is 50.1.27, integration to the public safety radio network for our police department. That's at $124,000. So those are all the items that are in our amended 26 budget recommendation.
Do you have any questions? Have any questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
CJCC here yet? Oh, okay. I don't know how I missed you.
I snuck in there a couple minutes ago. Director Neal sends his apologies. He had an appointment this morning and hoped to be here in time, and he's about 20 minutes out. So he could show up if you ask me a lot of questions. Okay, my name is Stephen Hatfield. I'm the Chief of Staff at CJCC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee for having us today. I'll go over our amended budget. We're going to start with 30.5.1 for the $2,000 salary supplement. We will say a big thank you to the governor and OPB for that. Our staff will really enjoy having that, and it is absolutely funded for every staff member that we have at CJCC. I know we have a lot of staff that are funded by federal and other funds, so the calculation is for every staff member at CJCC. 30.5.2, reduced funds for operations. The intent language considered non-binding by the governor, that's 33.558. 30.5.3, utilize existing funds for rental savings for grant system connectivity. This is, we moved offices to consolidate down to a smaller space. In the post-COVID environment, we have a lot more remote work, so we're trying to right-size our space as our lease became due. And we also have some significant costs with going to Georgia at Work, the new financial system. So that's what this line item is said to use that rental savings to try and mitigate that cost with Georgia at Work. I will say that we've already spent more than that for the, little more than that for trying to integrate with the Georgia at Work system, but we're doing everything we can to make it work and of course get that set up so that we can get our payments moving whenever we switch over. And then 30.5.4, reduce funds for personal services based on actual start date of new positions. I know that that's a number that OPB calculated, and we understand where they came up with that calculation. So with that, that's our amended budget at CJCC.
You know, I'm constantly under the gun for the domestic violence centers and the sexual assault centers being underfunded, and I hadn't seen it, but I wondered what the federal response is. Are they still cutting back?
So the federal response right now, from what we've seen, is they're kind of holding steady on what they've had the past couple years, which is better than what we thought it might be, which translates to about a $40
million award to the state. After taking out the required administrative carve-out, then we're down in the $38 million range, and we're awarding about that every year on an ongoing basis. Of course, that's down from that $79 million that everybody kind of got used to as the new normal. But I got a quick breakdown. I'll try to inform the committee.
Well, you don't have to, they just, they come see me every year, and I understand the problem, because I used to work over there, and I used to go around with the director to all the different facilities around the state, and, it's a pretty dismal situation when you've got a woman with 2 or 3 kids with no future, living in a domestic violence shelter, and some boyfriend or husband coming in at 2 o'clock in the morning, beating on the door, trying to get to them. And, I've just always had a certain leaning towards trying to help people in that kind of situation. And the sexual assault centers, and, we put some money in for SANE nurses last year so everybody would have it, and it got cut out. And,
that's what I was going to get at, that it's domestic violence and sexual assault, along with child abuse programs like CACs and CASAs, and then human trafficking programs as well. So, of course, thanks to you all, there was a historic investment a couple years ago with over $24 million put in to the budget, which, that almost tripled the amount of state investment that we have. But the governor and staff at OPB were great to help us with the ARPA money as well, because we've been putting Band-Aids on this for years and years and years, and now all those supplemental funding sources have essentially run out. So breaking it down, if we're looking at award levels this coming year compared to the previous years of what they had kind of gotten used to, between the big pie of all the funding sources that we put together, domestic violence agencies, the state-funded domestic violence agencies, are down $12.3 million. State-funded sexual assault centers are down $3.3 million. CACs are down $2.966 million, so almost $3 million. And then we have human trafficking programs down $1.5 million. There's other in there that are sexual assault awards for $476,000 that were down. CASA are down just a little over $3 million. There's other child abuse awards that are $1 million, and then there's some underserved and community programs that are going to be down a little over $4 million, for a total of almost $31 million that we're down. So, we've already seen some people start with some reductions in staff and reductions in operations, and that's what we expect to see. But again, this is a problem that, the federal government was great for quite a few years, and then we took a really deep nosedive. And I think the state has been fantastic trying to do everything they can to make them whole over the past few years, but we kind of reached that point where there's none of those supplemental funds left.
Chairman McDonald.
So basically what you're saying is all these reductions in this downsizing, or not having the grants or federal money, is affecting the shelters and providing these services with staffing, facilities. You've been providing it, and now we're not providing it, or it's decreasing, and it looks like it's going to be a trend. What's the plan?
So,
because we want to help the human trafficking, we want to help the moms, just as the chairman said. So, what is your team looking at doing to try to?
So, we've done everything we can to support them in every way possible. We've talked to them over the past 4 or 5 years about diversifying their funding, making sure that they are doing more fundraisers. We have quite a few that have gone from 1 or 2 fundraisers to 2 or 3, but we're talking about gaps in funding of anywhere from $200,000 to over $500,000, and fundraising that much money is really hard for a nonprofit. So we're still looking for any light, any hope, any other grants out there that we can, but at this point the wells kind of run dry on what's out there.
Do y'all have somebody on staff that could go to these agencies and teach them? There's some people know how to fundraise. There's some people are great at it, just as as in our world.
So-
some people don't like asking for money. I didn't know if you have that special person that you can be helping these groups and training, like this is how you go in your community and try to activate your citizens and corporations to help these needs.
So we had a person on staff for quite a few years. They left, kind of opened up their own version of counseling and victim services, and we actually still contract with that person and others to provide board trainings, board support, because that's really what it comes down to, right? These nonprofits have many executive directors that do a fantastic job, but they need board support from the local community to get the right people on that board, right? That are able to understand the community, organize those fundraisers, and we've made some significant strides there, right? But we also have 47, I think it is, state domestic violence shelters. We have in the 30s, 33, 34 state sexual assault centers. We have over 50 CACs with constant changing boards, constant changing leadership. I promise you, the staff, they do a fantastic job and they put in every effort possible, but there's only so much one or two people focusing on that can really do across the state. So we've done just about as much as I think we reasonably could in the past few years to help them in every way we can. They knew what was coming, and this is just where we are.
Well, they, many of them are reaching out to local governments to see if they can get some funding from them. And I've talked to the lady down in Valdosta many times, and she's a go-getter. And they've done everything from having silent auctions to bake sales to raise money for. But it's a dismal situation when you and those people have no future. I mean, I just can't imagine being in that situation with a couple of young children and where you go and what you're going to do. And they need help, and we're just trying to figure out a way to do it. So
absolutely, and this,
yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
everybody is. I mean, everybody understands. It's just a matter of the federal government cutting back on, being $33 trillion in debt.
Mm-hmm.
So. It goes up every day, about $1 trillion anymore. It's Representative Lynn.
Always appreciate TJCC's work. Three questions. One is, this is a really practical question, on the using the rental savings to cover grant connectivity. I believe you said you'd already spent more than that. Do you need more?
So we are trying to determine what the final cost might be. We still have questions we're trying to answer. Talking with Georgia at work, I think that process has just kind of been an ongoing, let's see what's next. And the way our financial structure works, we are administratively attached to GBI, right? So all of our transactions fall within their books, but we process over 4,000 payments a month. That's more than GBI does, right? So we have done some internal systems on our side to essentially send those up as a batch and say, we've done all of our internal controls, our accounting side over here, now upload this into the system. That has to talk to the Georgia at Work system, and developers are not cheap to try and make all that work. And with a attached agency, small staff, we have a great IT department, but we have to contract out for some of that higher level IT work. The first estimates that we're looking at is somewhere in the $400,000 to $600,000 range. And we've talked to some other agencies to see as well, are they expecting this? Some of them haven't quite got as far down the road of us. Some of them look different than us. Of course, with us being attached to GBI, GBI has some very sensitive information that our accounting staff can't have access to, and trying to parse out an attached agencies in Georgia at Work from a parent agency is not really possible. So there's, again, just a lot of questions there that we're still trying to answer to get to that final cost. But all we know is it's not a small amount.
Thank you for the estimates. Obviously, keep us posted.
Yeah.
The next question is just looking back a little bit, because I was curious. I remember, I believe it was in the amended FY25 budget that you all eventually were approved to move staffing the hotline more in-house rather than contracting out because of some problems that arisen. I wanted to follow up. Has that borne fruit? Has that been successful, hopefully?
So what we got some amended funds to help move that in-house, and now between DHS has actually taken over some of the frontline response of that hotline, and then we have created an advocacy unit to work with them. Then those are two of those positions that we hired this year that were on the that it took a minute to get the right person in the place, but we're working through that, trying to do the best we can. I think that working with the staff at DHS and with the staff we have at CJCC and an investment for that, we've really put together a plan that sustains the human trafficking hotline for years to come, rather than kind of relying on nonprofits that could fluctuate here or there depending on what's going on. So I think that it is moving along as planned.
Gotcha. And then finally, I will also address the cliff, essentially. And I first of all want to say, really, in yesterday's full appropriations or joint appropriations budget hearing from Chairman Dempsey and her call to action, essentially to us to act. I know that's not easy given the fiscal climate. I remember working with CJCC, I guess it was 3 years ago now, trying to see kind of what other states were doing to address the present and then future cliff. Do you have any news from maybe other creative ways that states are doing to even partially, because we know we're not going to fully, as a state, at least in the imminent future, fund that, but are you seeing any promising best practices?
I mean, I think a lot of people in this similar boat or worse boat than we are, because again, thanks to this committee and OPB and the Senate, that 24 million that they put in really, that you guys put in, really helped give a lot of stabilization to the basic core 24/7 services. Things that we're running into, right? Things cost more than ever now. I think that we had some testimonies from a metro area that says that their health insurance premiums have increased 25% this year for their staff. So 2 or 3 years ago, that was a cost they were hoping wouldn't increase by that much. Food costs have gone up. And they are trying to do the best they can with what they have and still adhere to those 24/7 state standards that we have. Other states, I mean, it really just comes down to they're trying to find the money to keep the people in positions. And I think that that's the best that we could do right now, is to keep people working to help these victims. And that's what we try to do, and what we've tried to say, we know you have to have certain funding for operations, but let's try to keep as many people working as we can. But of course, we're getting to the point where that's not possible. We're losing some counselors, some therapists, some legal advocates, so people that are doing TPOs we've seen that have already been cut, and those are kind of the things that we see being cut first.
And just a quick follow-up on that. Again, knowing no one has identified a way to keep the status quo at this point, but it would be potentially helpful to know, what is that shortfall, i.e. if we wanted to keep the status quo and not lose any more people, what would that amount look like?
So I think that's, sorry, I put out all my papers. There it is. So if we're looking at what we were awarding to what is now not available, we're just under 31 million. So 30,994,448.
And again, I'll say we all appreciate the work that you all are doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all the questions. So we appreciate your interest in serving the people.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members.
Okay, did we miss anybody? Do we have anybody here that would just like to speak to an issue? Okay, I'd like to make one announcement. What room is the food in? We've got some lunch at 5:14, and they told me they had a lot, so if anybody wants to go down there and committee members and the people that are here are welcome to go. We're adjourned.